So, da bin ich, Hallöchen. Hi. Sorry. Ich habe diesmal tatsächlich auch wieder bis, exakt 18:01 Uhr geschlafen. Oh Mann, ey. Ich hoffe, es wird irgendwann besser. Ach komm, bitte, reagiere. Wie geht's euch, meine Süßen? Mir ist das scheißegal, dass OVO live ist, wenn ich sage, ich will auf meinen Channel gehen. Blödes Twitch. Ich hatte einen Wecker, ja. Ich weiß auch nicht, warum der nicht geklingelt hat. Aber der Kater hat mich halt 3-mal vor meinem Wecker geweckt, sodass ich nicht ordentlich schlafen konnte. Die Zeit, die ich gebraucht hätte. Aber hallo, Drakodorem und Junats, ihr Süßen. Je nach eine Jahreszeit. Also Draco ist auf jeden Fall noch da. Otto, aber komm, Twitch. Wenn wir die technischen Difficulties. Alter, wie lang ist denn die Verspätung? Uff. Ich bin ja schon länger in meinem Gaming-Stream. Ah, jetzt. Verspätung ist über 2 Minuten. Holy shit. Ja, ich muss gleich erstmal meine Tabletten nehmen. Da muss ich das Wochenende nutzen, um ganz dringend meinen Schlafrhythmus zu fixen, weil ich am Dienstag um 8 Uhr morgens einen Arzttermin habe. Erstmal dafür sorgen, dass das alles ein bisschen weniger belastend für den PC ist. So. Und so. Oh komm, Mobot. So häufig, wie du mich geärgert hast, kannst du froh sein, dass ich zu faul bin, umzuwechseln. Ja, die Sache ist halt die, ne? Ich nehme halt Schlaftabletten und ich nehme Wachtabletten. Ne? Also eigentlich sollte ich einen Schlafrhythmus haben. Weil ich muss die halt in gewissen Abständen zueinander nehmen. So. Oh man, so viele Spiele, die man alle rauslöschen sollte. Wir spielen heute wieder Dragonfell, weil ich hatte keine Zeit, mich für was anderes zu entscheiden. So, die Kamera kommt jetzt auch wieder für ein normales Level. So. Muss auf jeden Fall gleich meine meine Wachtabletten nehmen, weil ich darf jetzt eine halbe Stunde danach essen und ich habe Hunger. Auch Wasser. Dankeschön. Heute ist Freitag. Ich könnte den einen Zauber kaufen, den ich mir noch nicht leisten kann. Den ich noch nicht zaubern kann. Weil ich könnte auch hoffen, dass ich den mir zusammensparen kann. Lass mich mal schauen, wie viel. Ich bräuchte 6 Karma. Nee, kannst du vergessen. So viel kriege ich nicht zusammen. So viel kriege ich nicht zusammen, außer ich würde den einen Run machen, den ich eigentlich nicht machen möchte. Shit, da fehlt noch einer. Kleiner Magier. Kannst du mir Kapseln geben? Die Kapseln sind alle. Wendler. Arigato gozaimasu. Oh, es ist 25, das heißt um 19 Uhr kann ich essen. Also, wir nehmen Glory mit. Wir nehmen Blitz mit. Mal schauen. Mal schauen. Ja, Mifte? Aztec, a giant in the world of technological and magical research, one of the most powerful and feared corporations on the planet. There are very few places in this world that the tendrils of Aztec cannot reach. Germany is no exception. The black glass edifice of an Azzy pyramid dominates the courtyard of the Citadel Spandau, and the countless other more innocuous facilities can be found all over Berlin. The lab that they maintain in the Hier district is one of these. According to your client, the project that the Azis are working on here is dangerous. So dangerous that she is paying you to bring the entire building down. Ja, also wie ich schon gesagt habe, Aztec benutzt Blood Magic. Das hat ja auch der Client gesagt, so, oh ja, Streetkinder werden einfach wie Lämmer ausgeblutet und so. Das ist im Allgemeinen, ist das nicht so cool dort. Aber naja. Medieval district is everything that your client made it out to be. Corporate complexes of all descriptions crowd into one another, competing for the district's limited space. Aztec ist so ein bisschen Maya, wenn man so möchte. Lights burn in all of the windows, but the streets stand empty. No shoppers, no pedestrians, nothing but silence. Quiet out here. Friend of mine did a job here once, told me that the local wage slaves are all issued efficiency apartments deep inside the compound. Apparently they've got all the buildings linked up to an underground tram system. Bed to cubicle in less than 5 minutes. Most days the poor bastards don't even get to see the sunshine. That ain't living, it's a slow death. I don't get wage slaves, man, I really, really don't. You are leaving controlled sector. Wir schauen uns wie immer erstmal außen um, ja? Vielleicht finden wir ja coole Sachen auch so rumliegen. Okay, hier ist eine unsichtbare Linie. Hi. You're coming, brothers. There's a series of clicks as the connection is established. A moment later, Paul Amsel begins to speak. Alright now, Gold, that's the Aztec complex just in front of you. You'll note a heavy security post at the front door. Those Aztec employees. They're dangerous to be sure, but you could probably take them without too much difficulty. Unfortunately, the Azis have also contracted Night Errant to protect this facility. They are the ones that we need to worry about. Just to reiterate, you'll want to keep a low profile on this run. Get in and out as quickly and quietly as possible. Night Errant keeps a high threat response team on site. You don't want to tangle with them. Trust me on that. If you don't need to go loud, give it everything you've got. You're going to be reducing the building to a smoldering crater anyway, but I'd highly recommend stealth over the frontal assault. We won't start shooting until we run out of words. Good woman. I begin by trying to find an alternative path into the building, something out of sight. Once the facility calls for help, you're going to be on a tight timetable. Ja. Ich will auch nur einmal außen drum rumlaufen. Guck, ich bin kein Wage Slave. Wie ihr. Ihr seht wenigstens die Sonne, ne? Euch geht's gar nicht so schlecht. A shoddily built Succubus shop looks like it's closed. Aha. Hahaha. Cheap corporation art. Looks like marble from the distance, but up close it's clearly made of injection molded plastic. Oh, sad. Wir können natürlich auch mit den Leuten reden, ne? Komm hier, du bist ein Worker. Scarlet and Australian sweat from Gilmer scrolls plaster across her face. She takes a quick glance at you, then turns back to her work. Unless you're here to help me fix the panel, you'd better stay the hell out of my hair. Otherwise, I call security and have them drag you out. Quickly Blitz shows her the problem. Two mismatched connections. Yeah, you're right. She looks up at you. The skull has disappeared from her face, but she doesn't look happy either. Look, I really appreciate the help, but I have to do this myself. I'm already way behind and corporate's gonna have my ass if I don't get it done before lunch. Oh, let me ask you a question then, do you want to hear? You know, if you're that far behind, a confused scroll across her face. I don't even know you, buddy. Why in God's name would I leave you alone in a panel that I'm responsible for? What did S say for you? You make a compelling argument. This job has been a lot of drag since they canned my assistant. Screw it, this pen is all yours. I'm off to find a pub. Bye bye. Oi, Vifto, stop it! Stop it, you stupid. Cool. Ich bin noch nicht fertig. Ich will mich das noch angucken, das habe ich nicht vergessen. Nein, man könnte natürlich auch über die Kanalisation gehen, aber da stehen zwei Leute rum. Searching with that drop, you find a package with a telltale markings of a Schockwellenreiter. This is an open request for research data from Aztec. Where is to conduct the research in secrecy. They use their money to power the obscure the truth. We will uncover their secrets. We will share them with the world. We will level the playing field between Aztec and its competition. The timely delivery of this information will be well rewarded. Freedom, Equality, Information, Schockwellenreiter. Ja, ihr habt mir das letzte Mal auch nicht zugelassen, dass ich euch Geld gebe. Pah. The glittering halls of Aztec facilities stand in sharp contrast to the megacorp's unstable reputation. Everything in here screams money, from the mirror polish on the floors to the obsidian inlays in the walls. The generators and the Bloodline project lie somewhere beneath your feet. Hallo Squeaky Maus. Ja. Nice work, Narrengold. They have been no alerts thus far. Hopefully you'll continue to avoid detection as you make your way through the building. If an alert does go out, I'll get you an ETA on the reinforcements, but hopefully it won't come to that. I have marked an elevator on your PDA. I'd start making my way there if I were you, in the most efficient path to reach your objective. Best of luck. Will da rein? Und ich kann nicht mal Blitz sagen, geh da rein. Hi, Herr Viljev, na, wie geht's? Schön, dich zu sehen. Du kommst gerade pünktlich zum Anfang des Runs gegen Aztec. Intruders. Willkommen, Wilmer dem Nauen. Was soll ich denn tun? Ich konnte hier nicht. Warte, ich hätte da hingehen können. Sekunde. Wir laden das da neu. Also hier ist kein Ding. Hier ist kein Ding, aber da hinten ist ein Ding. Jo, Blitz. Blitz. Check-in. Ich habe es fast befürchtet. Okay, ich habe noch einen. Okay. Erstmal. Da ist kein Grund, Alarm zu sein. Liebes Alarmsystem. Null Reason dafür. Dann. Könnt ihr euch alle nicht bewegen? Ups, ich habe mein Ding fast getötet. Das war uncool. Das war nicht sehr clever von mir. Hoffentlich überlebt das. Ja, kümmert euch um mich, das ist gut. Hi Polo, Nante, wie geht's? Alles meins. Alles meins. Ich will nochmal nur Grund für Panik spammen. Aber es geht auch dann hoch in der Zeit. Also, Also jacken wir einfach aus. Ich glaube, das ist besser. Ich kann noch nicht essen. Ich darf noch nicht essen. Ich habe meine Tabletten eben erst genommen. Ich muss es warten, bis eine Zeit rum ist. Und das gleiche gilt für Trinken, weil... Ach, schau mal. Da haben wir einen Aztec, der sich da was anschaut. Aber jetzt können wir schon mal alles anschauen. Das ist der uns eben gesehen hat. Da wollen wir hin. Wo wir natürlich nicht alles sehen. Fickt euch. Wir gehen erstmal hier hin. Activate terminal. For Maya, Fatima Jaya, Tolange, Katja. Katja, I've got some pretty grave concerns over Disney projects. I don't know what they're doing downstairs, not exactly anyway, but I'm pretty thoroughly creeped out by some of the inventory requests that have been coming up to my desk recently. When we decided to sign on with Aztec, we talked this over. We knew the company's reputation, and I said that I could handle whatever came my way, but this, I don't know, Katja, this last order crossed the line. What would the research team need? A bulk order of gags, restraints, and 500 liters of hydrochloric acid? I gotta run. I just got a message over the comm. Looks like Central wants me to see about something. I'll catch you back at your apartment later tonight. Let's talk about this over a bottle of wine. I know that I could use it. Something tells me that she never got to enjoy that glass of wine. Wait, kommst du da jetzt raus? Okay, gut. Pay data acquired. Cool, cool. So. Also wir können hier nicht einfach reingehen. Wir können da nicht einfach reingehen. Egal, was wir machen, die Leute greifen gleich zu ihren... Oh Gott, wer bist du? Fürchte ich. Aber wenn ich hier durch die Secure Door komme, kann ich mich vielleicht durchbullshitten. Ach, wenn die Tür offen ist, interessiert dich das nicht? Hauptsache, ich komme nicht raus. Ja, was willst du? Ah, toll. Was willst du? Ja, während ich in einer Mission bin, supi. Ja, habe ich auch, trotzdem. Ja, ich hab's gerade nachgelesen. Chill. Ey, wusste nicht, dass du das machst? Schreib mich nicht an. Ja, gib mir mal aber ein paar Sekunden, bevor du mir schon wieder was befiehlst, ey. Ich hab dir eben noch beim Starten vom Stream gesagt, dass es geklingelt hatte heute. Toll, jetzt hast du deine Überraschung gesehen. Danke, Polo. Der kleine Magier hat gerade sein eigenes Geschenk ausgepackt. Die sind nicht für dich zum Einteilen, die sind für mich zum Einteilen. Ich weiß nämlich genau, dass du sie alle weg isst. Ja, einen darfst du. Vielen Dank, Polo. So. Unglaublich. Sagte noch, liest deinen Chat nach. Sieht es, dass es potenziell eigentlich etwas für mich ist und macht es dann trotzdem auf. Mann, sollte nicht sehen, was das ist. Egal. Ich meine, er hat geschrien, aber Paul hat noch nicht geschrien. Das heißt, wenn wir schnell genug sind mit ihm, dann sollte das eigentlich funktionieren. Dietrich, gib mal Haste auf Glory. Ich habe gehört, du kannst die Drohnen... Und die Drohung kommt dann bis hierhin zumindest. Ducka, 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 ducka. Glory nimmt... ihre Adrenalinpumpe. Und dann nimmt sie das. Und dann attackiert sie. Glory! Wie? Ich weiß nicht, wie ich da undetektiert rein soll. Ehrlich gesagt. Weil egal, was ich mache, ich werde da reingehen können. Ich könnte nur dem versuchen, direkt zu ihm reinzukommen und ihn zu erledigen, bevor er irgendjemandem Bescheid sagt. Fuck. Was ist, wenn ich die Tür öffne? Das Problem ist, der bewegt sich halt nicht mehr, der Typ. Der hat sich vorher bewegt. Ah, wunderbar, da bewegt er sich wieder. ...21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, da. Komm, komm. A bright looking man in an expensive suit is pacing back and forth in his room. His locks eyes at you and you can feel fear radiating out of him. What, who are you? Sit down, shut up. If you call for help, I will kill you. His eyes goes wide. Yes, ma'am, I know who's... You said you please tell your masters that I won't tell anyone that you were here. Oh, yes, very good. I'll just be going. As you turn to leave, Blitz leads in and whispers to you, Chief, what was that about? I have no idea. Okay. Okay. Blitz ist so richtig gefährlich. Für Tucker, 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 tucker. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich sie da stehen lassen muss, damit er keine... Also damit er weiter Angst hat. Aber... Verdammt! Ich weiß nicht, wie ich an dem vorbeikommen soll. Dann muss ich doch im Untergrund gehen. Aber ich bin nicht mehr erlaubt, hier rauszugehen. Also müsste ich... Ah Mist, der schickt mich dann auch direkt dahin. Gut, wie wäre es dann, wenn ich... das hier lade. So. Was? Da bin ich auch schon da drin? Welcher Safe Game ist denn davor? Keiner. Oh, oh well. Also eigentlich haben wir keine Chance, egal was wir machen. Ich komme halt nicht schnell genug dahin. Ich verstehe nicht, was ich machen soll. So wie der erste Intruder schreit, ist vorbei eigentlich. Selbst wenn ich den Exakt aufhalte. Danke. Braucht dann noch Parmesan. Wir haben auch keine Energy Drinks. Hast du eine Ahnung, was ich machen soll? Ich will halt nicht direkt am Anfang von Run einen harten Kampf haben. Aber ich glaube, ich kann es nicht vermeiden tatsächlich. Ich komme nicht mehr dahin. Wenn ich Restart Level mache, komme ich genau ganz an den Anfang von der Etage. Das war nämlich auch mein Gedanke über die Sewers, aber nope, keine Chance. Das Game bestraft mich jetzt dafür, dass ich so clever war, einen anderen Weg reinzufinden. Also eigentlich kann ich hier nur mein Team vor die Tür bringen. So. Und dann bringen wir Haste of Glory und dann bringen wir das auf Glory. Und keiner kommt weit genug dahin gerannt, die Tür sofort zu öffnen. Mit dem Zauber Distraction hätte ich vielleicht irgendwas machen können, aber ich habe den Zauber nicht. Ah, so kommt man wieder raus. Gut, das ist blöd, dass ich das jetzt so gelernt habe. ...20 Turns. Das ist meine Arrival-Zeit, die ich jetzt habe. Okay, also da wird nur das Gleiche gesagt, solange Glory mit dem interagiert. Vielleicht kriege ich ja mehr aus ihm raus. Okay, nein. Hätte ja sein können. Hier ist auch nichts zum Einjaggen oder so. Nada. Ach, Glory. So, jetzt müssen wir überlegen, bereiten wir uns darauf vor, hier das Team zu erwischen? Oder versuchen wir irgendwas, das Team abzulenken? So ein High-Threat-Response-Team ist halt auch nicht ohne, ne? Du gehst mal in die Richtung. Dann gehst du hier hin. Ist was, Dietrich? Weil das macht eigentlich besser Glory gleich. Hier in die anderen Orte. Wobei, nein, wir machen es einfach mit beiden. Ah, ist ja auch noch was zum Einjaggen. Lori geht aber auch in die Richtung. So. Ah, ist zu weit weg. Gerade so. Für Team Dress Up in Uniforms. Yes! set up struggling into complicated and ill-fitting uniforms. Ist egal. Jetzt sehen wir aus, als wären wir on-site, Leute. A few minutes of cursing and coupling of pop privates later, your job is done. You take a moment to examine your team and not in satisfaction. They look like a group of attending night errant security officers. Oh, sure, for first you see Ari and high alert. It's a little late for disguises, don't you think? Probably, but they couldn't hurt. Oh, guck mal, da haben wir Leylines, gut zu wissen. So, Blitz. Was können wir denn von hier aus sehen? Nur Sachen, die wir schon kennen. Okay. So, du machst jetzt erstmal auf Blitz. Hier ist nichts. Okay. Gut, Lori, dann läufst du halt wieder zurück. Oh, Glory hat noch keine von dem Zauber. Wir jetzt behaupten, dass wir das On-Team-Site sind. On-Site-Team, so. Your stomach lurches slightly as the elevator plummets downward into the bowels of Aztec facility. A faint but omnipresent strumming sound raises the hair on the back of your neck. The deeper you go, the more certain you become. This place is vibrating with power, both from the generators and from something else. Wieso seid ihr schon so feindlich? Warum? Guck, wir sind alle cool hier. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das auch hört, aber ich höre im Hintergrund Dinge reden. Was ist super spooky. Dein Ernst? 80% und du Mist. 80%. Die Würfel hassen mich in diesem Game. Ich will irgendwas zum Jacken, ja. Geht doch. So. When you reach the control panel for the generated password, Slotl should allow you to disengage their safety overrides. Set the destruct and get out. See you back at Kreuzbasser. Okay. Wo muss ich denn gleich dann hin? Irgendwo in die Richtung wieder, ne? Ich weiß nicht, wo ich das... Hier? Weil er so clever ist, halt so weit weg zu gehen. Aber... Na, da muss eingejackt werden. Okay, du. Dich brauchen wir. Aber dann kannst du ja einen Haste kriegen. Dann gehst du zumindest so ein bisschen schneller. Also, es kommt in 3 Runden an, das Team. Oh, mit Schild. Mit eigenem Schild. Was schicken wir denn gegen den? Oh. Geht doch. Whoopsie. Und gleich kommt das Team von da. Gloria, hast du Granaten? Wunderbar. Du bist nicht Glory. So. Cursory exploration of data turns up nothing of value. There are hundreds of log files, majority of which contains spending and logistic reports. Okay. Hmm. Da die von da hinten kommen, kann ich jetzt auch meine Position dort aufgeben. Und hä? Was machst du da? Warum gehst du... Ich habe hier Transition geklickt. Blödes Ding. Ist mir egal. Mephisto, nein. Mephistopheles? Nein. Warten wir drauf, dass sie es öffnen. So. Schön, wenn die Crit Damage 3 ist. Ah, gerade so nicht zu den Leylines. Schade. Gerade so nicht. Ah, da kommt der erste Mage. Aber das sind neutrale Turns? Interesting. Vielleicht halten sie uns für die Leute. Weil wir die Klamotten anhaben. Slip away. Ach, der kommt jetzt darüber. Jetzt sind wir zwischen einem Rock und einem Hard Place. Okay, open up authorization nach Gold. Access granted. You hear the sound of a heavy machinery rumbling to life. A moment later, the locks on the door release. The door slides open, revealing a group of figures wearing green cloaks. The tallest of them stands just in front of you, a slight smile on his face. His eyes are full of intelligence and malice. Ah, at last, our intruder arrives. His voice is slow and soft, with a slight Atlanta accent. You are a Shadowrunner here on a job. This much is obvious. So tell me, who sent you here? Ask Megan nicely. Such insolence, such hubris. He shakes his head. So very, very foolish. You will answer my questions, pest, whether you want to or not. His mouth twists into a cruel smile. In a single smooth motion, he pulls a knife from his belt and draws it along his own forearm. The blood leaves a stripe of bright red blood in its wake. Still smiling, he begins to chant. Scheiße, ich bin nicht schnell genug. Reach for your weapon. You reach for your weapon, but too slowly, much too slowly. A horrible twisting sensation wrecks your gut and a blinding pain ignites behind your eyes. As you struggle to keep your footing, you hear grunts of pain from all around you. Your teammates doubling over in agony. The blood mage stands impassively, his lips slightly parted. A whispered chant spills from him, and every syllable is like another dagger in your stomach. Your tongue feels strangely thick, and to your horror, it begins moving on its own accord, crawling, probing, straining against the roof of your mouth, struggling for release. Ich habe nichts, um dagegen zu gehen. Ich habe nichts, um dagegen zu gehen. Gerade so nicht. Das wäre so witzig. Aber wir haben nicht genug. Hi, Fork! Give in and speak the truth. You unclench your jaw and the words begin to spill out of you. They come in a torrent, in a flood. You tell him about your job, about your client, about your Amsel and Monica and Green Winters, everything. You retch out the truth and pain begins to subside. Well, that was very enlightening. Thank you for your cooperation, Morgengold. I'll be sure to tastefully memorize you in my report. Bastard. Dietrich, würdest du mir mal bitte ein bisschen mehr Zielpower geben? Dankeschön. Ah, schade. Und da oben ist ein Mage. Oh, meine Drohne ist kaputt. Sad. Den wollen wir als nächstes erledigen. Ah, da geht's weiter. Egal. Ja, du stehst zu schlecht, um sie zu sehen, okay. Dann... Scheiß Mages mit ihren Heilzaubern. Das ist eine clevere Taktik, Muskelzauberer, das stimmt. Das Ding steht direkt davor und es trifft nicht. Wofür ist es überhaupt gut? Oh, er hat danach gewechselt. Upsi. Das habe ich nicht gesehen. Ich dachte, er hätte zweimal den gemacht. Weil mein Sinn war eigentlich Flamethrower zu machen. Egal. Wir kriegen den schon noch platt. Ah, fuck. Nicht, dass du das Heilen verdient hättest. So. Shit. Ah. Ich habe den armen Typen getötet. No, ich wollte den Typen nicht töten. Ja, der arme Blutsklave. Ich meine, wahrscheinlich ist es eher ein besseres Ende für ihn, aber trotzdem. Das war ordentlich schmerzhaft. Ah, danke schön. Arara Botbolo. Wollte eigentlich mit dem dahin rennen, aber gut, dann musst du halt jetzt... Komm hier. Okay. Und du bist gleich checked out, deswegen. Oh, fuck. Dietrich, das ist ein bisschen erbärmlich. Hauen die ab? Ich glaube, die hauen ab. Ah, schade. Confused Test Subject. Scared Test Subject. Ja, keine Ahnung, wer was der war, den ich gerade versehentlich getötet habe. Hey Boss, you better get over here and talk to this guy. Okay. Muss ich das alles machen, ja? Dietrich. Hey boss, I might think check this out, this is important. Immer ich? Wofür habe ich ein Team von Spezialisten? Mein Ding ist schon wieder deaktiviert. Wupp. Auf mit dem Scheiß Wupp. Oh oh. Oh nein. Oh fuck. Ich glaube, das Programm ist gerade abgestürzt. Nein! Ja. Nee, das nicht. Die Sache ist die, ich habe kurz was außerhalb des Spiels gemacht Und jetzt, nein, ich kann nicht doppelklicken auf Glory. Hör mir mal zu, Muskelzauberer. Ich habe kurz außerhalb des Spiels was gemacht und jetzt lädt er das Fenster vom Spiel nicht mehr. Ihr seht das noch, aber ich nicht. Ja, man kann auch nicht auf das Dings klicken. Das registriert er nicht. Geil. Taskmanager. Ja, irgendwas ist mit Dragonfell kaputt gerade. Mal wieder war es mit der Grafikkarte. Ich schwör's euch, die Grafikkarte ist richtig beschissen zu mir. Vor einer Weile hatte ich ja 2 Stunden Verspätung, weil die Grafikkarte einen Treiber-Update gebraucht hat und nichts funktioniert hat. Und seitdem gibt es immer wieder Probleme bei allen möglichen Spielen. Mal gucken, wo er denn das Autospeichern hatte. Man könnte versuchen, die noch ein bisschen aufzupushen. Vorher. Wie viel hat die Drohne? Wie viele Lebenspunkte? Keine Ahnung. Ah. Dieses Mal bringen wir den armen Slaven nicht um. Oh. Uff. Wir laden das nochmal da. Das war jetzt gerade mal eine harte Startattacke von denen. Ja, nun wirklich so nicht stattfinden muss, ne? Alter Schwede. Oh, direkt ein Geist? Chill. Game, was soll denn das? Ich muss mir mal was zu trinken holen hier. Oh. Oh. Gut. Oh. Fuck. Das wollte ich nicht. Und das Problem ist, jetzt ist Blitz da, wo ich mit der Drohne hin wollte. Nee, Kater. Nee, och Mifto. Oh, Blitz, würdest du jetzt hier hingehen? Und du als Tier hin. So. Ups. Das war jetzt nicht unbedingt so geplant. Ach Mist. Nicht realisiert, dass ich dafür laufen würde. Ich sehe schon kommen, ich muss da nachher trotzdem hinlaufen, weil das Ding das nicht schafft, es zu töten. Nein, Kater, geh weg. Mephisto! Nein! Alter, der hat gerade aus dem Karton eine Süßigkeiten geklaut. Oh. Interesting. Mephistopheles! Das eine ist das Sticker-Plugin. Das andere weiß ich nicht, was es ist. Kann ich mich aber gerade nicht drum kümmern. Müssen wir mit leben. Mephistopheles! Ja, Kanja, das geht ja noch. Dieser Kater, weißt du, du kannst Sachen wegpacken, der reißt sie wieder auseinander. Es ist ein Kampf gegen Windmühlen geworden, die Wohnung aufzuräumen, weil der Kater alles wieder unordentlich macht. Oh, das ist schlecht, Kanja, das ist schlecht. Haargummis sind wirklich gefährlich, wenn Katzen die essen. Da musst du dir eine andere Aufbewahrungsmethode überlegen. Weil das ist wirklich, wirklich gefährlich. Die Katzen können daran sterben. Und zwar richtig qualvoll verrecken. Wenn sie das essen von dir. Wenn sie Haargummis von dir fressen. Kater, ich schmeiß dich raus. Ich habe keine Energie für dich. Da hilft ja auch nicht mehr die Box. Ja, ja. Meiner schafft auch Kindersicherungen zu öffnen. Also...
Ha? Die Kamera ist auch stehen geblieben.
Ja, ja, die Kamera ist schon lange stehen geblieben.
Mhm.
Aber die zu fixen ist die Gefahr wieder, dass das Spiel stehen bleibt. Und das will ich nicht nochmal riskieren, weil die zweite Runde ist sehr viel härter.
Nee, ich war irritiert, dass
Ja, Ausgewachsene Meisen schaffen es durch die Löcher von Katzennetz zu kommen. Ich habe auch schon einen Vogel in meinem... Also sowohl einen Vogel, den die Katzen erwischt haben, gehabt, als auch einen, der tatsächlich Sisalseil vom Balkon geklaut hat, als ich da noch einen Kratzbaum drauf stehen hatte. Also das ist für Katzen, für manche Vögel gar nicht so sehr ein Problem. Oh Gott, sie... Also jetzt ist der endlich platt. Und dann kannst du hier hingehen. Oh Katze! Nee! Irgendwo gehst du jetzt hin und bleibst da. Das ist Shadowrun Dragonfell. Ist ein Cyberpunk-Setting. Spielt... Boah, ich weiß gerade gar nicht, wann das spielt. Die Pen and Paper, die Spiele beim Shadowrun-Setting spielen 2070 ungefähr. Kannst du mir da hinten? Nein. Okay, dann... will ich, dass du den auf ihn zauberst. Copy data for later analysis. The man in the cell stares at you through red-rimmed eyes. His body is marked with obvious signs of mistreatment and neglect. He opens his mouth to speak, then closes it again and swallows hard. He tries again, and the voice that comes from him is tremulous and weak. You have killed the masters. You slaughtered them like lambs. How is that possible? Want me to get out of here? He continues to stare at you, bug-eyed and unblinking, his mouth agape. Me? Out? How could I get out? It is my place to be in this cage. This is what we were bred for. But you killed the masters. It is our place to die, not theirs. Sorry to disappoint you. The slack-jawed man looks genuinely confused. Disappointment? No, it is not our place to feel such things. My brothers and I are grown here, gestated in tongues to serve our purpose. The masters will it to be so. We are test subjects. Our purpose is to suffer and die. His voice is utterly matter of fact. If any of this bothers him, he doesn't show it. In so doing, we provide useful research data. It is what we are made for. The mages wake us from the slumber, sometimes in two, sometimes more. One is taken to another part of the facility, the testing lab. The rest remain in their cells. The mages run their tests and the entire group dies. Yes, we haven't chosen a subject for my group yet, but when they do, my death will come. I won't hear the chanting, I won't see the mage, but I will share the suffering and I will die, and then another will be grown to take my place. His eyes go wide. It looks as though he He's having difficulty processing what you've told him out, but our purpose. He nods, yes, we will run, all of us, thank you. Ja. Wo kommen die nächsten? Keine Ahnung. Glori, geh mal hier hin. Ah, jetzt laufen sie alle. Ich brauche gar nicht mehr mit den anderen reden. Cool. Cool. Gut, wir haben die Data, wir haben mit denen geredet. Schauen wir mal, dass die hoffentlich überleben. Die Drohne macht witzige Geräusche, wenn sie es... Dietrich geht ihren... Zolotl. Warning, disengaging safety overrides while generators are in operation is not recommended. Do you want to proceed? Do it. Safety overrides are disengaged. Override generators. High-pitched screeching noise erupts from the generators. Tremors rock the facility, shaking the ground under your feet. Over the building speakers are synthesized female voice. Hallo Maru!
1050.
Dankeschön für die Bitzis. Over the building speakers, a synthesized female voice repeatedly states the obvious. Generator overload imminent. Please evacuate the facility. That's done it. Come on, Chief. Let's listen to the nice lady and get the hell out of here. Haben wir eigentlich alle Mission-Dinger jetzt erreicht? Ja, fast. Du willst vielleicht... damit du wieder ein bisschen mehr Bewegung hast. Wir müssen Blitz da reinkriegen. Hallo Team. Ich hoffe, die kommen mit, aber mehr oder weniger habe ich getan, was ich konnte. gradually ringing in your ears, clear as the world comes into focus. The generator overload did its job just as Frau Müller said it would. The Aztec facility has been reduced to a smoldering crater strewn with a chaotic jumble of cracked marble, melting plastic and broken support beams. You can barely make out the faint wail of approaching sirens. They're still far away, but they won't be for long. Wow, Chief, that was intense. Nothing I couldn't handle, of course, but this was a little more dramatic than I was expecting. Yeah, his eyes, Ricardo, I guess that's true. Blitz steps back, blinking. A sudden gust of wind kicks smoke and dust into the air. It's funny, I've heard lots of rumors about the Aziz over the years. Stories about making monsters and consorting with evil spirit, that sort of thing. I'd always assumed that they were urban legends at best, or xenophobia at worst. Definitely not true at any rate. Looks like I was wrong, the Aziz are a boogeyman, just like the story said. It's enough to make a man rethink some things. Do we have anything to worry about? Any chance that Aztec could use blood magic to track us? After an explosion like that, he brushes an errant fleck of ash off his shoulder. Nah, boss, not a chance. Anything we might have left behind, any blood or skin or hair, has been chucked right through. We'll be fine after we clear out of here. The approaching sirens grew louder. They are now accompanied by another sound, the whine of approaching rotorcraft. What they were doing in here was wrong. More than that, it was terrible. Mephisto! Was zur Hölle ist dein Scheißproblem? Ich verwandle dich in ein Purito. Dann rolle ich dich in einer Decke so sehr ein, dass du dich nicht mehr bewegen kannst. More than that, it was terrible. They had to be stopped and we stopped them. It is as simple as that. Test subject that you liberated mill about aimlessly blinking against the light. The foremost clone takes half a step forward. But what of us? We have no purpose now. This is not supposed to happen. It is wrong. Without our magics to guide us, what will we do? Whatever you want to, you're free now. We will try. The approaching sirens grow louder. They are now half accompanied by another sound, the whine of approaching rotorcraft. You linger for a few moments longer, but there is no movement in the burning rumble. Wir hätten sie doch einfach mitnehmen können und auf unseren Obdachlosen Dings reinschmeißen können. Das ist zumindest besser als das, die jetzt vielleicht potenziell sagen, oh, da war eine Zwergin, die hat das alles kaputt gemacht. Ja, bleib da liegen, Mephisto, dann ist okay. Memories of the explosion that toppled the Aztec facility keep your company on your ride back to the Kreuzbazaar. You barely managed to outrun the blast. Now the facility lies buried under thousands of kilograms of twisted rebar and reinforced concrete. No doubt a considerable blow to Aztec's activities here in Berlin. Mission successful. It's time to get paid. Mephisto, was ist denn los mit dir? Ja, leg dich da hin. Your face your fixer Paul Amsel appears on screen. I've uncovered some terrible information. The team is assembled in the safe house. Please meet with us there when you are able. Für Narrengold Civic Center. Kinda don't like the sound, to be honest. Danke. Danke. Play dead. Play dead. Sit. Bett. Irgendwann kann er bestimmt play dead. Bestimmt. As you step forward, the rest of your team falls silent. Amsa shifts his attention to you. You can see the worry on his face. Morgengold, I have new information. I'm afraid that the news isn't good. Yes, this is something that you all need to hear. I'll go on, we are listening. 2 years ago, a large shipment of highly lethal radioactive bioweapon disappeared en route to a storage facility in Dresden. The weapon was designated X-15. We have traced the path of the missing shipment. It was delivered to the Harford Manor. Well, that sounds horrible. It is. I've heard of this stuff before. Back in the service, we called it Doom. I've never run across it in the wild, but I've heard enough horror stories to know that I don't want to. The stories that you've heard are correct. This Doom is an extremely dangerous substance. He gestures to a technical document on his computer display. I've been reading up. To this day, the story of Doom remains a cautionary tale in biotech circles. Monoclonal antibody technological is strictly regulated now, and this substance is one of the reasons why. What does this stuff do exactly? Doom kills by destroying a host muscle tissue via radioactive decay. Each individual Doom antibody is bound to a radioactive bismuth 2012 isotope. When introduced into a host, these antibodies bind to surface-level muscle tissue. The tissue is then killed with alpha radiation. This process repeats itself until the host wastes away and dies. Jesus. I've heard that Doom was developed in a couple of border skirmishes back in 1941. After seeing what it did to people up close, the UK has passed an unilateral ban on the stuff. If that doesn't tell you how bad it is, nothing will. Okay, so I hesitate to ask, but what would a dragon want with this drag? Nothing good. That much goes without saying. The dilemma worries me, Morgengold. It worries me greatly. So the dragon has a bioweapon. Alright, good to know, but it doesn't change what we need to do. If the dragon is stockpiling bioweapons, we've got an even bigger problem than we thought on our hands. I'm looking at the big picture here and I don't like what I see. Well, in my book, this doesn't change anything. I mean, it's up to the stakes if I'm allowed to carry out her plans, whatever this might be, but we are gonna stop her before that happens. That was always the plan. As far as I'm concerned, it's still the plan now. I agree with Dietrich. We need to focus on what's in front of us. Whatever the dragon's larger plans might be, the fact is that she is after us. We shouldn't let ourselves get distracted by anything else. Yes, I concur. For the time being, we must continue forward, and that means you must continue working toward erasing LSV. I'll leave the matter in your capable hands, Morgengold. When you've acquired the necessary funds and are ready to head back out to Rabbitol, let me know. From there, we will discuss our next steps. Good. If you need me, I'll be getting prepped for the next run. Right behind you, love. Dietrich cast a backward glance at Lori. If any of this has an impact on her, she doesn't show it. Come on, Lori, let's go. Stimmt, wir müssen noch mit Glory und so reden. Das haben wir eine Weile nicht mehr gemacht. Oh, let me see. I'm just glancing at files of PDA. After a moment, he looks back up at you with a raised eyebrow. These files, I can't read them, but I have my suspicions. I believe that you walked out of that facility with the very information that Frau Müller wanted you to destroy. I strongly suggest that you delete this, Morgengold. From what Müller told us, this information is dangerous, but if you're determined to know what it is, you could try the Talisman Alliance. I have no doubt that he can translate it for you. Okay. Gehen wir nachher mal mit dem Talismonger reden. How are things with you? You know what? I'm happy actually for the first time in a long time. And I have to thank you for that. Yes, you should try Talismonger. I have had dealings with him in the past. If anyone in the Kreuzwasser can read what we took, it will be him. Be patient, Narengold. The explanation for that is coming. I'm not sure if you're going to like it though. You needed time and I gave you time. Are you ready to talk about Feuerstelle? Yeah. Lori looks troubled, more so than you ever seen her before. Whatever memories she is dredging up must be exceedingly painful. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been looking forward to this, but yeah, it's time. Narengold, look, I'm about to tell you some things about myself that might change your opinion of me. It's entirely possible that you're going to hate me based on what's coming up next. I've accepted that, and if that's what happens, I sincerely believe that I deserve it. So tell me, are you sure you want to keep pushing forward with this? Thanks, Ronald. Thanks for being a friend. So when we left off last time, I had just moved from the streets of Tübingen to the warm, inviting confines of Feuerstelle. Martha and I were happy there for a little while, and Harrow embraced me as a long-lost daughter. I should probably take a moment to talk about Harrow. He's going to be an important figure in this story. I don't know what his age was. He seemed old enough to be paternal, but young enough to hang with the kids on something like a peer level. Best guess, I'd say he was in the mid-20s. He was handsome and well-built, with a neatly trimmed beard and thick brown hair. And there was something else about him, something uncanny. Harrow had this charisma, this raw, magnetic attraction that just made people latch onto him. I saw it over and over. All it took was a few words and a pat on the shoulder, and Harrow would have a new convert. The other kids at the farm followed him around like puppies. As much as I loved Martha and as much as I thought she loved me, we forgot all about one another when Harrow was around. All that we wanted was to be close to him, to be part of his inner circle, and soon enough we were. For a girl of 17, it was all terribly exciting. Harrow had those rules of living that he would teach us, rules about self-determination and importance of disobedience. He claimed to have taught classes at the University of Berlin, which he painted as a mix between an earthly paradise and an anarchist playground. He told us how Feuerstelle would be the focal point of a new movement for the children of the Vaterland. He told us that we were special. We ate it up, of course. We were kids. For us in the inner sanctum, Harrow would share even more. He had power, the likes of which I had never seen. Not my father's drunken fists or my own childish experience, but genuine, incredible power. He said that it came from the horned god, an ancient deity that he venerated. Oh, Herne. Mal gucken. He knew about my latent abilities right away, and he offered to teach me. Naturally, I accepted. You're not wrong there, but it gets a lot worse than that, as you will see. Hang with me, Narengold. Rough waters ahead. So I became Harrow's apprentice. He taught me to channel magic and summon spirits. He taught me rituals and pagan traditions, Machiavellian philosophy and Nietzschean ethics. Above all, he taught me to connect with his horned god, and though I learned power and arrogance, and it was all downhill from there. For the next few years, I lived at Feuerstelle as Harrow's enforcer and right-hand girl. I was also his sometimes wife and concubine, but that was a distinction that I shared with all of the girls in the commune, including my beloved Martha. I came to learn that she'd been his long before she met me, but by that point, I didn't care. I'd embraced the rules of living. I was Harrow's creature through and through. I didn't ask questions, and I walked the path that was in front of me. Other fun facts about those years. I learned cruelty. I had power now, and in my new idol encouraged me to use it. Harrow did the same. Any children who didn't pull their weight were subjected to my tender mercies, and I was anything but tender. Ah, hallo Joshua, danke schön. I took what I wanted rather than asking for it. I liked it. It was fun. I also came to learn that Harrow's horned god was not the Eichenfürst worshipped by throwback cults across Germany. It was certainly a god with horns, but it came from an altogether different tradition. Care to hazard a guess? Educate me. Satan, Lucifer, Old Scratch. In the magical active community, we refer to it as the adversary. Whatever you choose to call it, it's every bit as bad as it sounds. So my idol, the ancient deity that was feeding me my power, was the antithesis of everything that is right and good. And you know what? I didn't care. In our time together, Harrow and I committed more atrocities than I could count. At this point, I was onto all of his tricks. I knew that Feuerstelle was nothing more than a honey trap, carefully designed to lure local children into my master's clutches. I knew that the kids who seemed resistant to Harrow's brainwashing techniques wound up fertilizing the garden. I knew that Harrow's entire manifesto was bullshit, and I knew that through it all, Harrow and the adversary were laughing because I was laughing right there beside them. I don't want to pin the blame for my decision on anyone but me. That said, I would like to posit that my father's connection to the Kreuzritters might have helped play into my willingness to serve the adversary. In my warped, indoctrinated little brain, I equated the church with evil, so the opposite of that, I figured, had to be, well, if not good, then at least not totally bad. But I was kidding myself, of course. My new deity was the very definition of that. Saving it made me bad. End of story. And what if he was indoctrinated into the service when he was my age? Would he not be at fault anymore either? No, Narrengold. Harrow certainly deserves more of the blame for what I became. Maybe even most of it, but personal responsibility has to come into the equation somewhere. I made my own choices and they were horrible ones. I've accepted that. You should too. Laura pauses for a moment to collect herself. She looks haggard and her pale cheeks are flushed blood red. She swallows hard and presses forward. Anyway, one day Harrow invited me on a field trip to Stuttgart. Over the years that I was at Feuerstelle, the commune had easily doubled in size. It was thriving, all thanks to the efforts of Martha and the girls like her. Harold would send the girls out to neighboring cities to lure in the street kids that nobody would miss. He targeted children because they were easy to indoctrinate, and because nothing makes the adversary happier than the corruption of the innocent. As we drove out to pick up the new recruits, I was already planning ahead. It was a foregone conclusion that I would pay my father a visit. The irony of a group of Kreuzritters getting immolated by a genuine servant of the actual devil tickled me to no end. So when Harrow stopped to fill up on diesel, I hopped out of a van and headed out on foot to my parents' place. Harrow wasn't overly concerned about my absence. I had long since reached the point where I could assert my autonomy, and he knew that I'd be back. I wound up at my folks' house sometime around noon. I could hear the adversary whispering in my ear, telling me what to do. I'd long since learned to listen to its voice. It's always rewarded me with extra power when I did its bidding. It told me to knock, so I did. As the door opened, I could feel a torrent of flames welling up in the astral plane, all around me. It told me to channel them into the doorway, into my father, so I did. But, of course, the person who opened the door wasn't my father. It was my mother. As I watched her flesh blacken and melt, as I heard her scream and I broke into hysterics, I heard the adversary laugh. And at that moment, I realized that it was laughing at me. I'm so sorry, Glory. Thanks, we're almost to the end now. Thanks for sticking with me. It was like a lever had been pulled. All at once, the bubble popped. I wasn't a powerful servant of adversity. I was not Harrow's #1 girl. I was a ridiculous little fool who'd willingly tied her soul to the worst thing in existence. Realizing all of this was one thing. Actually fixing it was something else entirely. I knew that I had to get away from Harrow. That was the first thing to do. So I bit my lip and did my best to ignore the happy babble to the new recruits on the trip back to Feuerstelle, and I managed to get through the ride without screaming. Once we were back at the commune, I broke into Harrow's safe, stole all of the commune's resources and ran. I don't know when Harrow realized what I'd done or whether he even cared. All that I know is that nobody came after me, so I kept running and running until I got to Berlin. Getting past the wall was fairly simple. You know how easy it is to obtain falsified papers. The biggest obstacle that I faced during my flight was the adversary itself. I could run from Harrow, but how do you run from something that's tied to your own soul? Let me guess, snip snip. The haunted look in Chloe's eyes is heartbreaking. She gives you another curt, grim nod. I walked into the office of a first street dog I could find, pointed at all of the biggest, bulkiest pieces of cyberware that he had on display and told him to put them into me. He tried to upsell me on the better merchandise, arguing that what I was asking for was old and inefficient, better suited to be installed in a museum than in a body. He told me that I'd be shredding my essence and that once it was gone, I'd never be able to get it back. I stuck to my guns. After all, shredding my essence was the whole point. Chloe looks up to you. At you. Her eyes are sunken and hollow, and the aura of loss about her is palpable. She looks like a woman who has been through hell. That's all for now, Morgengold. You've heard the tale. You know why I'm the way I am. You know the things I've done and how much I have to atone for. If you still want my company, fine. If I've lost your friendship, I understand that too, but for now I need to be alone. Auf zum Talismonga. Aber wir speichern, bevor wir da reingehen. A question for you. What can you tell me about the adversary? The shamanic idol, you mean? An unusual request. What do you wish to know? Interesting. He stands idle for a moment, considering. First, tell me what you already know. I will then do my best to fill in the gaps. I see. Very well, young dwarf. I will tell you what I know. The adversary is the totemic embodiment of rebellion. It is an anarchist and an usurper, a betrayer and a symbol of defiance. It is a proud idol, utterly sure of itself and its mission. The majority of its followers are arrogant and cruel, not the most pleasant of people, truth to be told. That said, the adversary can be interpreted in different ways, just as any idol or totem can. Some of its followers are worse than others. But shamans of adversity can be quite charming. They are confident to a fault, charismatic, and they flaunt their willingness to break cultural taboos. It isn't unusual for them to attract large crowds of followers, so I've heard, and they use their influence to ruin the poor sheep that flock to them. Some of them do, yes, but not all. As I said, there are different ways of interpreting the adversary's mission, and all of them are malevolent. After all, rebellion can be a positive force if it's harnessed by the oppressed, that said trusting the adversary would be a mistake. It is a treacherous idol, and all of its alliances are temporary. This is not a world of absolutes, young dwarf. I would not call the adversary evil any sooner than I would a more conventional totem like shark or bear. All can be destructive, yes, and cruel, but none are intrinsically so. The Christian tradition that much of Germany adheres to would argue that the adversary is Lucifer, yes, but many other traditions would disagree. You would do well remember that you live in an oddity among 6 world nations. Traditional religion, iconography still permeates German culture. It is any surprise that people here might lean towards viewing an idol like the adversary through a more traditional lens. Personally, I feel that calling the adversary a devil is an oversimplification of the truth. It is both more and less than Christian doctrine would have you believe, but this is a question for the philosophers. Now, young dwarf, I have a question for you. No, not a question, a request. Would you like to tell me about your friend's dealings with your adversary? I would like you to be thorough. It's a long story. As I would have nothing but time. After hearing your story, Vitalis leans back in silent contemplation. While considering your friend's upbringing, it's no surprise that she views the adversary as a devil figure. She's interpreting her experiences through the lens that she was giving. That makes sense. Valve pauses, stroking his beard in quiet contemplation. The silence stretches to several seconds before he continues. I find this hero figure, the leading of your friend's old community, to be deeply troubling. He is clearly a toxic shaman, working in the service of his own warped view of the adversary. In the magic community, a shaman is referred to as toxic when he twists his idol principles in order to cause harm. Some toxic shamans are eco-terrorists, protecting nature with deadly force. Others are essentially rabid, slaughtering things that hunt and kill with wild abandon. I don't believe that Harrow fits into either category. From what you've described, he generally venerates the adversary, or at least his own view of what the adversary should be, and he has been rewarded with power for that devotion. He will make a formidable enemy should you choose to face him. Don't idols care what their followers do in their names? To an extent, yes, the adversary wouldn't abide one of its followers attempting to bolster the strength of an authority figure, for example, but idols and totems can exhibit a broad range of behaviors, and men such as Harrow hide in the extreme ends of that range. Technically, his interpretation of the adversary is the adversary, but only the worst aspects of it. Bad news, yes, this is one way of putting it. Such men have been responsible for many terrible things in the awakened world, and they are not to be confronted lightly. I trust that you will. Best of luck to you and your friend both. Jo, ich habe noch mehr Fragen für dich. Send it to me if you will. Sweeps his eye over the information on your PDA. His mouth curls into a frown, then a grimace of disgust. This is an abomination. You would do well to delete it. I thought you said that you didn't discriminate when it came to magical truth. This is a special case, but you have shown me this should not exist. But you are looking for specifics, and you will continue asking until you have them. The impetuousness of youth. Very well then. I will attempt to provide the clarity that you seek. There are great power in blood, Morgengold. It can be used as a focus, as battery, or a bridge. The blood mages of Technotlian are widely feared for their proficiency in abusing this power. This project, this bloodline, seeks to abuse the power of blood in a novel and horrifying way. With the techniques described in this document, a spellcaster could use a person's blood as a magical conduit. In layman's terms, a spell could be channeled through a father to kill his son, through a niece to kill her aunt. Anyone with a hereditary connection to the original target, regardless of distance. Do you see the ramifications of this, Narrengold? Do you understand what this means? Where the project completed, where the techniques described within to be perfected, nobody would be safe. You could run and hide, you could go to the ground, you could bury yourself in a mile of concrete. It would not matter. As long as Esther can find a blood connection to their prey, they would target them, and it would be fatal. He hands you back your PDA information intact. This is yours, Narrengold. You have heard my counsel. I will leave the rest to you. Ja, doch, wir löschen das. Habe ich noch mehr für dich? Can you see what you're selling? Cooldown Zero. Oh, Acid Bolt ist 3 ist schon verführerisch, aber wir wollen Cooldown 3. Wir wollen vielleicht erstmal ein bisschen Karma loswerden. Ich könnte Spellcasting tatsächlich noch höher machen. Oder Conjuring höher. Was ist denn das? Can equip lightning will increase spellbook product if not yet unlocked. What's going on, Blitz? I hate to admit it, but I might be in a little bit of trouble here. Well, remember those creatures I told you about, ones who loaned me all of that money? Well, as it turned out, some of them are a little less forgiving than I thought they were. Well, one in particular seems to have taken things kind of personally. Thumbs. Yeah, thumbs. They came in a cigar box packed inside. I had no idea who they belonged to. I am pretty sure that they meant to convey some sort of message. Really? You think so? I was such a... You don't want to lose my farms, Chief. I like my farms. I think I need to pay this guy back. Luckily, I've got a plan. I know how to get myself out of hot waters with meat grinder. I've only got to spec out. You took a loan from somebody named Meat Grinder. Hey, Chief, come on. I feel bad enough about this already. There's no need to rub it in. Anyway, like I was saying, I can make it alright again, but I need your help to do it. Well, there is this group out in Drogenkippe. They call themselves the Landenberg Ring. They're a financial crime organization, and there are a lot of bad blood between them and Meat Grinder's operation. Anyway, back when I was running with the Schwarze Herzen, I laid out the groundwork for a hit on the Landberg Ring. I was never able to make good on it though. For some reason, none of the other generals ever volunteered to help out. With your help, I could steal enough money from them to cover my debt and get myself back into Meat Grinder's good graces in the progress. So what do you say? A quick run, just you and me with me in the magic, since you as my woman on the ground. We hit them, satisfy my debt, and laugh about it on our way back home. Sounds like a plan. Chef, there won't be any profits, at least not for us. The money that we suck out of that place has to go to Grinder, all of it. Oh, come on, Chief, as if I never stuck my neck out for you. Hell, that's all I've been doing since I got here, and this is what I get. Alright, thanks, Chief. And yeah, you're right, I do now. If you excuse me, I've got some last minute stuff to take care of before we get started. No sweat, Blitz. Meet you at the U-Bahn. Oh, not this such, Chief. I won't be physically going to Drogenkippen. I've seen enough of that place for one lifetime. I'll be jacking in from a terminal that I set up here in Kreuzbazaar. Was ein Arsch. Hi Hattie, welcome. Willkommen in meiner Community. Ah, es geht. Alright, wir machen den Run. Sollte eigentlich ganz gut klappen. Wir sind eigentlich ganz gut ausgerüstet. Viel ist los, aber drüber zu reden wird nur den Stream negativisieren und das wollen wir gerade mal nicht. Drogenkippe. It be high on anyone's list of places to avoid, but that's where you had it, and you're going to be going there alone this time. Last time that you saw Blitz, he was carting his portable terminal over to Cafe Sef's, presumably so that he could do his decking in the most comfortable environment possible. Like everything else related to Drogenkippe, the U-Bahn train that services in its for repair. The care that you're riding in stinks like a chemical toilet on a hot day. On the floor near the doorway, you catch a sign of a trampled lump or tattered fur. The longer you stare at it, the more convinced you become that you're looking at the remains of a long-dead squirrel. The train rumbles to a stop and the door slides open. Time to get this over with. Alrighty, Stepping out of the Uber until you once again find yourself in a squalid place of Drogengebet. This place is a pit. Piles of waste, human and otherwise, litter the streets. The guts husk of commercial buildings stand hollow and empty all around you. Your comlink crackles to life and you can hear the distant sounds of cafes, merriment, laughter, and the clinks of silverware and china. Bit's voice cuts in a second later. Hey, sheet, ready to do this thing? Yeah. Hear a slapping sound, presumably Blitz taking a sip of steaming hot Succubus. The only steam that you can see out here is your own breath condensing in the frigid night air. What's up? There's a long pause before you respond. Well, you recognize the fact that I needed your help and then you volunteered because you're a good leader. Damn right I am, remember that. Yeah, Chief, I will. Okay, da darf ich nicht lang gehen. Sie ist raus, Atzen rein. A plain-looking man in fancy suit heads away at his PDA. He's an older guy, probably in his late 50s, in the fifth streets of Dragonfell. He stands out like a sore thumb. Hasenkamp. At the sound of your approach, he stops what he is doing and shifts his eyes to do. Morgengold, right? I might be. Who's asking? Name is Hasenkamp. I'm Mr. Grinder's accountant. With a remarkable coincidence. Mr. Grinder sent me to ensure that the money transfer goes according to plan. When you enter the building, I'm going in with you. Your publicist sent Mr. Grinder a message with a complete breakdown of your plan about an hour ago. He did, huh? Well, of course I did, Chef. How could I be sure that this would get me off his hook if I didn't ask? And so, to find out, you let a homicidal loan shark know exactly when and where to find me. Well, that's not exactly how I'd put it, but yeah, I guess. In my own defense, I didn't expect him to send his accountant to shadow you, though. That's a new one on me. I hate to interrupt, but if you two are finished, I'd like to get this on the road. I want to get back home before my grandkids go to bed. My daughter married young. You got a problem with that? Are you always this hostile? No, I'm not. On the whole, I'm a pretty nice guy, but standing around here waiting for you hasn't put me on the best of moods. Now tell your pal to work his magic. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get out of this hole. It won't take 5 seconds. Ah, mit dem kann man reden. Interesting. Momentan sind sie alle noch freundlich, also... Gatekeeper, I see program stands impassively waiting to challenge all corners. Identity unknown. Please present security code string. Let's see here. Override security access root command trapdoor. There's a brief pause, then I see flashes twice. Access granted. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Erstmal die anderen Sachen anschauen. La la la. Oh, gar nicht. Ist okay. Ist wahrscheinlich besser, ich verlaufe mich sonst. Oh, the turrets! Holy shit, okay. Piece of watcher ice turns flashing angry. A rapid fire sequence of lights pulls out a warning. Keep away. Check my credentials with your friend back there. Go on, I can wait. A moment later, the watcher icy flickers up allegedly. Secondary Security verification approved. Super user status verified. Query, how may I help you today? Just step aside, Paul. I'm in a rush. Proceed and have a pleasant day. Don't mind if I do. Machen wir erstmal hier Inspect. Main System Hardware Firewall. Okay. And that should do it, Jeff. You're good to head on inside. The main server should be just ahead. A shocking display of competence from a red-haired disaster. That's what Mr. Grinder calls you, Paul, by the way. He's got a wrap around these parts. For some strange reason, all of his friends keep dying. Don't listen to this asshole, Chief. He couldn't even be here. He wouldn't be here if he hadn't spilled the beans to Mr. Grinder. Unfortunately for all of us, me especially, I am here. So let's just get this finished and we can get all back to disliking each other on our own time. I've had my first file in here. I need you to get in there and install the bypass for me. Okay. Bank heist, Bank heist. Komm da nicht dran, weil ich da von außen drum rum muss. Der ist ein fucking Drache. Hallo Sonnenbauer. Willkommen. The drawer of desk is packed with slender plastic rods, quite 600 of them. Sinking out in the drawer of loose crystals and fish out of his world. Plastic is slick and pleasant to the touch. So withdraw your hands from the desk, Hasenkamp chuckles. They're all blank. You don't think that the Landenberg ring would leave them in unlocked drawer if they had money on them, do you? You try to initiate the transfer between one of the credits from the desk to one of your pockets. Sure enough, a streak from the desk is blank, so this is the next one and the next. Well, it couldn't. That was a rhetorical question, genius. Come on now, God, let's keep moving. Oh. Man könnte sie ja nehmen und verkaufen, aber nein. Nicht besser als sonst, Lars. The desk is catastrophical messy. Kenny Rapper's flitter its work surface and bottom drawer is ajar. Search the desk. You're about through over there. Hang on a second, I want to check this out. I'm not sure that we're on the same page here, so we should probably hash this out and save ourselves some time. We're here to fetch the money that your friend owes to Mr. Grinder. That means that we aren't here to ransack desks or steal office supplies. So what you're doing right now could accurately be described as a waste of time. You don't want to get on my bad side. You don't want to keep Mr. Grinder waiting. That would be a terrible mistake on your part. I'll take my chances. You find an old-fashioned binder stuffed with cheap paper. Leafing through the pages, you discover what appears to be a business plan. Apparently, the Landberg ring is in the process of opening a string of payday loan centers across Trinkgeld. Yeah, this Landberg pricks have been a tick on his ass for years now, sucking away from revenue that should be lining his pockets. Bad business all around. Thankfully, we're gonna recover at least a little of that cash tonight. And speaking of which, at the back of the binder, you find a note scratched on a slip of scrap paper. Plots, I have a real and pressing concerns about this silent partner that you brought on for a loan center scheme. We don't need him. I keep saying it, but nobody listens. Call me. Miserable son of a bitch. I had to share an office with that man for... Never mind. You don't need to know. The plot thickens. Send this item to your stash. Oh, for Christ's sakes, here we go again. It's all part of a job. That's ridiculous. You're on a run with deadline and you're rooting around in a trash can. It happens more often than you'd expect. The longer we argue about this, the longer it's gonna take. Alright, fine, do your thing, but make it quick. Most of the waste in here comes from old bank statements. Apparently somebody in the London ring has been using the backs of the statements as scratch paper. The third handful of trash that you liberate from the bin contains a note that catches your eye. Hey, where did we score that stuff, man? That juice that you were passing around, that stuff was unreal. I'm serious, man. I haven't been that high since grade school. When you get your hands on more, let me know. You see, you need to calm down, man. I calm down when I'm out of here and away from you. It keeps me on moving. Ask a silly question. Blitz, chill. Wir wollen nicht noch mehr Ärger. You press call button and shrill breathing sounds there. There is no answer. Ich will eigentlich nicht durch die Drachentür gehen. Die ist zu. Na dann. The desk is in order of order. Amidst the chaos of the rest of the building, papers and chips are stacked neatly and filed by name and date. There's even an old-fashioned coffee mug filled with a random assortment of graphite pencils and ink pens. Huh, this desk is actually organized. Must belong to somebody in management. Well, that one employs with OCD. Sure, that too. Either way, we should keep moving. Time's wasting. Tell you what, I'll let you know when I'm ready to move on, and until then you stop badgering me about it. Deal? You appear to have discovered a compilation of financial reports. Each report details a fiscal health of a small corporation. Taken as a whole, the paint of picture small business across the whole Germany. Each corp of a pie seems to have an interesting innovation project underway. Unfortunately, all are also in dire financial straits, and at least half of them are teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Despite the corporation's impending insolvency, the files suggest buying heavily into all of them. Apparently, the London ring sources have led them to believe that all of these corporations are on the verge of being acquired by a single megacorp. The file doesn't say which one. Check the drawers. Wie viel Stärke habe ich? 2. Ich habe nicht genug, um... Also mir fehlt 1 Karma, um euch auf 4 hoch zu pushen. Ah, sad. You sure? Maybe you have nice bender clips in there for you to play with, or a step remover for to steal. This constant gripping is doing much to improve my opinion of you, Hasenkamp. Ist schon wieder so einer, den du am Leben behalten musst, den du nicht am Leben behalten willst, weißt du? Time has been left on and screen is still active. It has been locked under the name Albert Trips. Keyboard input has been locked out and the password entry hangs the center of the screen. großartig. Ich hätte Blitz zwingen müssen, mitzukommen einfach. Das ist bevor ich meinen Karmas rausschmeiße. Wir machen das Ganze nochmal. Deswegen wir Blitz mitzukommen. Ja, jetzt schnappen wir uns Blitzi. You don't say. Well, remember those creditors I told you about, the ones who loaned money? Yes. Keep talking. Are you in danger? He rests his eyes. I got a picture of my Thomas Pumps in it. But in future you need to be more upfront with those things like this. No problem, Chief. Not a problem at all. You can count on me. Now, if you excuse me, I've got some last minute stuff to take care of before we get started on Langold. Thanks. Oh, come on, you won't be on your own. I'll be in my helping you right alongside you, beside which you'll be better off without having to look after my meat body. If I came in person, I'd be a liability. Trust me on this, you want me here safe and sound so that you can be free to do your thing without having to worry about my body catching a stray bullet. If you won't help me, I'm gonna have to take off chief. I'm saying that for good of a team, understand? The last thing that any of us need is me grinders goons coming after me on a run. But I guess that what I'm saying is that you don't help me with this, I'm gone. As in, I'm packing my bags and leaving, and I'm doing it tonight. Ernsthaft? Ich will halt nicht, dass... Oh Gott. Okay, also er bleibt definitiv, egal was ich mache, da. Yeah, Chef. Yeah, I do. Willkommen zurück, Huguenots. Das ist schon ziemlich high secure. Es ist höher secured als alle Runs, wo ich sonst drin bin. Ach, schau mal, diesmal da jetzt. Euer Linien, goddamn doorbus if a voices has a shrill from his quality that you recognize instantly. This guy is riding a stim high. You're sure of it. Who wants to know? John Bergwerk dazu. I'm the one who keeps these servers protected and I can't do it if you keep interrupting me. Who the hell do you think I am? There's logbus that the voice wobbles out again. That's right, I would now open the door. You know, you're so senior, not after what happened last time. We've already gotten our one and only warning, remember? Good stuff for me like the juice. Well, okay, maybe just a sip or two. Was kannst du denn? Nicht so wirklich. Liz, there's an awful lot of cables back here. Command Shift does not get completed. They're running a hardware firewall. You'll find installed on the main vertical just before it reaches the first server. Kid stuff, really. Quit preening and walk her through it. I hate to say it, but he's right. If you want me to get you around that firewall, you're going to have to give me instructions. Alright, Chef, I'll take you through the steps. First, find my main matrix line. It'd be the heavy-duty optical cable that's wired in through a wall outside. Okay, got it. Good. Now find the first box that cable connects into. It will have 3 cables plugged into it. 1 power and 2 optical. Connect the ends of the bypass to the 2 optical cables. Following constructions, you have soon have bypass connection. Alright, that's on what's next. Nothing, I'm in. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Just get us into the wall blitz. I'm on it. What is it? Looks like sort of persona non grata list for Landenberg Ring. Everyone on the list here is a shooter site. There are a lot of names here, lots of personal information too, known associates, credits to hero picks, that kind of thing. Well, there are 3 names on the list that I recognize. One of them is mine, naturally. The Landenbergs and the Schwarze Herz never did get along. Another is Hasenkamps. Not surprised, this person would just love my head on a plate. And Chief, the other one is yours. They've got a whole dossier on here. No idea where they got it from or why, but they have it. No idea, just like looks like a new file. I was just uploaded about 20 minutes ago. Hang on a second, there's an attachment. I sent it to you. During plot, he's the leader of a linebacker ring. had to share an office with a miserable son of a bitch for 5 years before we went our separate ways. He's the greediest, most narcissistic piece of work that I've ever met, and I work for a loan shark. Mephisto, nein! A few seconds pass, done and done. No need to worry about that anymore. Mephistopheles! Stop it! Mephisto, nein! When I try to get limited access to the facility, you should be able to find terminal in there that bring firewall down. On from there, I'll get you access to the world. Ja, verpiss dich, Kater. Alright, you're clear into the security. Keep your eyes open, Chief. There's a tiny chance that you might bump into some physical security from here on out. Yeah, other than him. You said that there wouldn't be any security in this building. Easy in, easy out, no security. That's what you told Mr. Greiner. Those was your exact words. Look, I'm not saying that you will hit security. I'm just saying that you might. So just keep your eyes open and lower the brakes firewall, okay? Wir gehen erst einmal hier hin. Mephisto! Nein, Kater. Einfach nein. Ach, jetzt kann ich nicht nochmal da reingreifen. Na dann.
Dass es auch immer wieder nochmal zurückspringt, ne? Jedes Mal. Sich da rauszukämpfen wird alles andere als schön. Mama, Moment, lass mich mal ein Gesicht aus meinem Kopf raussuchen. Nicht, dass das ich sonst immer nehme. Ein Metterschling mit flauen Bügeln log durch die Luft. Er war ein Computer im Nomen, dem war was durcheinander gekommen. Irgendein Rädchen. Und als man es merkte, da war es schon zu spätchen. Da war der Metterschling schon Feitwort. Wanns Guide. Mir lud er teit. Give a handle a sharp tuck and will snaps the correct for door slides open effortlessly. Inside is a contact book with an impressively long list of names. None of them stand out in you in any way. You also find a tube of lip balm and a cred stick. Take the cred stick. Oh. Beide Mist? Holy. Aber dieses Tor kriege ich trotzdem nicht auf. Mann. Sad. You find a sheaf of bacon with data and paper points to meat grind and contains a long list of financial transactions known associates. For 1,000, he doesn't complain about the detour. When he sees the information in front of you, he stops dead in his tracks. Just wanted to hear you say it. Now, why would plots have grinders financial to steal from him? Most likely, but those records, they don't make any sense. I know Mr. Grinder books. I tend them for him, and I'm telling you, what I'm seeing in here doesn't add up. In what way? I'm seeing projections for future profits in here that run way outside the scope of what our organization brings in annually. I don't know how Plots got his hands on this information, but it couldn't be any more wrong. Maybe there's something going on that you don't know about. Could Grinder be working a deal under your nose? Something he wants to keep you isolated from, maybe? No, no way. That would be financial suicide. Mr. Grinder is good at intimidating people and breaking kneecaps. When it comes to keeping the business running, I'm the man that he turns to. Have been for a dozen years. Yeah, he glances back at the folder of information, a conflicted expression on his face. Maybe I should. Hoffentlich jammert der jetzt nicht mehr weiter rum. Wenn wir, schöner, großer, offener Raum. Ob hier wohl Security ist. Da ist Security. Da ist potenzielle Security. Und da hinten müssen wir hin. Eigentlich will ich halt auch die Sachen sammeln, die da so an Informationen sind. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass ich an sie rankomme. So, wo kriege ich jetzt den dritten Bit her? Just crashed open security somewhere in your area. It might be worth checking out. Gucken, ob wir die mitnehmen können. Scheinbar nicht, okay. Ah. Das ist feindlich? Dann ist das hier wahrscheinlich auch feindlich. Just in case, mal gucken. Alright, Chief, that should do it. The vault's open and I'm suppressing the alarm. Easiest paid, just like I said. I handed the transfer from here, thank you. As he walks to a nearby safe and taps a code into the keypad, the door swings open, reaches inside, pulls out a small plastic box, then taps the activator on his comlink. Yes, Mr. Grinder, the package is secure. That's right, I'm holding it right now. I'll have it in your hands within the next 15 minutes. Okay. Wir gehen hier raus jetzt. Game is saved. Reassuring. Wirklich. Also wir haben einen Rigger, wir haben einen Enforcer. Fucking hell. Oh, das war ein ordentlicher Schuss. Oh. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wo der Magier ist. Irgendwo hier. Fucking hell. Kater. Warum bist du so scheiße? Kann ich das machen? Oh, Katzi. Oh. Nein, Maus. Hör auf zu drücken auf die Tastatur und auf die Maus. Wirklich. Ja. War hier nicht noch irgendwas? Hm. So. Do you even have to ask? Alright, let's see what you can do. You had for front door this time though, not the LA. Just go with me on this shift. The door that you came in through is no good. You want to go out the front. There is a terminal that you'll need that I'll need you to access. One more button to press. Do that and we are home free. Good. And make sure that Hasenkamp comes with you. Gotta make sure the box makes it back to Grinder. Können da jetzt... Da gehen wir dahin. Ich will das da aufheben. Jedes bisschen nur jeden zählt. So, das Studio-Stash. Kann man verkaufen. Oh, game saved. Uh-oh. Okay, dass der so weit vorrennt, macht mir ehrlich gesagt Sorgen. This must be the terminal Whisperers wanted you to use. The screen's badly scratched and the casing is cracked, but the design tells you that it was originally part of a bank security system. Ja, weil der Narrengold is almost out. You, on the other hand, won't ever leave this building, you son of a bitch. Liz, what the hell? I've had a bot digging up intel on the man ever since you stepped into the building together, and let me tell you, he is not trustworthy. Well, more accurately, she can give me control of those auto turrets with a press of a button, and then I can kill you. Get this, Chief. That son of a bitch isn't really an accountant. He's an assassin and Ryder's second in command to boot. Making people disappear is his job, Narrengold. No way Ryder would have sent him if he intended to let you walk out of here alive. The bit about my place, Mr. Grind's organization, sure, but the part about me killing you, no. I tend to walk out the door, give a box to Mr. Grinder, and go home to my family, like I said. Hallo Kamil sagt, willkommen und du bist bei meinem Pretty Weirdos. I wasn't a lie. I am an accountant and I'm here to capsule as Mr. Grinder request. People can be more than one thing, you know. Don't let him sweet talk you, Chief. Push a button and let me blow him away. Now girl, listen to me. Your pal is a thief and a killer and a rat. You push that button and I'll die, sure, but Mr. Grinder is waiting for me and he's waiting for this box. You don't want the kind of trouble that's gonna come your way if I don't get it to him. By all rights, that box should be ours, Chef. That was our run. Grinder can't have the money and the box. That's just unfair. See what I mean? That's what it's all about. He wants a box. He doesn't even know what it is, but he's willing to kill an old man for it. How's that not sending up red flags for you? I'm telling you, I work for a loan shark and I wouldn't feel safe around this guy. I think your boss is in bed with the Landenberg ring. I think that he's the silent partner that we heard about. I'm dead serious. I know Mr. Grinder for 12 years and I'm telling you he would never work with that son of a bitch. Besides, if that were true, why would he have sent me in here to help you rob the place? I'm guessing that he wants you out of the way. You're second in command, right? Sure, but that doesn't make me a threat to him. I'm Yul, he knows that. Actually, I think that Daryl might be onto something. Plots had personal information on all three of us, right? We were all marked shoot on sight, but Grinder's name was conspicuously absent from that list. Just think about it, man. Narrengold's name was on the list. So who the hell gave it to Plots? Other than you, me, and Grinder, who even knew that she'd be coming here tonight? We also found those financial projections, remember? The ones that showed a massive increase in Grinder's future profits? Those were fake. Or they were real and your boss is cutting you out of whatever he has planned. No, no way. Mr. Grinder wouldn't do a thing like that. Not to me. What happens when only two providers of a service merge together? They form a monopoly. You're saying that Mr. Grinder and Plots, they're joining their business together, man. Read between the lines. It's actually not a bad scheme, come to think of it. The ring tricks idiots into taking out predator loans and Grinder shows up to collect. You get the irony of what you said, right? Sure, I get it. And you get that your boss is cutting you out of his operation, right? I'm sure that Landenberg Ring has plenty of accountants. Grinder wouldn't need you anymore. There's a long pause. Halgam stares at you, processing that what you just told him. He opens his mouth to speak, then closes it again. From what you've told us about Plots, he wouldn't want you in the picture either. There's bad blood between you two, right? Yeah, there is. It seems pretty clear-cut to me. Well, son of a bitch. There's a long pause. Finally, Blitz breaks for silence. So I guess that means that we are all on the same team now, right? He nods again. Yeah, that's right. And as of a show of good faith, I tell you, your Paul was right. Miranda sent me here to see that the transaction went through smoothly, yes. But he also wanted me to kill you. Told you. Damn you, Hasenkamp. Look, I didn't want to do it, but it was a job. But now I guess that I've tendered my resignation, so I don't have to do that anymore. There are only 2 people left in this world who need to worry about me shooting them. Just to be clear, I'm not one of the 2 people, am I? No, Blitz, you're not. When we get out of here, I have a score to settle with Plots and Grinder, and believe me, I will settle it. Yeah, of course, Chief, you'll do me the favor of pushing that button. I activate the security doors. That's all you gotta do, right? I'm trusting you here. Cuz, man, you've got nothing to worry about for me anymore. Absolutely, because I'm trustworthy. Now I'll just activate those security doors and... His voice cuts off. There's a long pause, punctuated by crackles of static from your like Blitz. His panicked voice punctures through the comlink speakers. There's somebody in here with me, Chef. Another decker, and you've got... incoming at your look. Get ready, Hasenkamp. We are about to have company. Intruder avatar shimmers in the cool ambient glow of a bank's matrix hub. He sneers at Blitz and his hands close into fists. Who the hell are you, man? I could ask the same of you. You are in my banking system, you little bastard. What? My name's Blitz. I run the Lundberg ring. That makes this bank and everything in mine. That means that you and your friends are trespassing, and that means that neither of you is going to make it out alive. I'm shaking my boots, man. I mean, seriously, how old are you, by the way? Because you look about 40. I'm still spry enough to ruin your day, punk. Your ass is mine. Ach, er kann das einfach so tun? Ich nicht? Oder kann ich es tun? Nicht weit genug, okay, dann müssen wir so und dann Captain, Grenadier, Rigger, Enforcer. Wir wollen den Rigger platt haben, wenn es geht. So. Warum schießt unsere Autotourette nicht? Ich habe gar nichts, was mich wiederbelebt. Platz is down and all four turrets by Wicked on Mind Control. Go to town, Chief. I've got you covered. Hi, Trapcell. Ich glaube, wir laden das Game nochmal. Von der Stelle, weil ich habe nur einen Wiederbeleber. Alle super zippy. Grinder is in bed with plots and they don't want to share the sheets with you. So. Come on. Come on. Das darf nicht wahr sein, ey. So. Egal, wo ich hingehe, die treffen mich also mit den Komm, stirb. Okay. So. Da ist der Rigger. Ich gehe hier hin. Das war mal ein Rigger. So. Fuck. Wir versuchen es nochmal. So. Okay, also die beiden werden gegen uns sein. Die beiden sind für uns. Ich soll hydraten. Ich habe meine Flasche eben leer gemacht. Das heißt, ihr müsst alle hydraten. Alle. Und ich muss mir was Neues zu trinken besorgen. Ich weiß nur noch nicht, was ich trinken soll, weil um diese Uhrzeit... Gut, wir sind nicht K.O. gegangen dieses Mal. So. Ja, ich muss Wasser halt eh schon immer morgens trinken. Und trinke relativ viel Wasser tatsächlich. Also so ist es jetzt nicht. Hallo Lightmage, hi, welcome. ein Eat auch noch bekommen. Ja, da muss ich definitiv gleich die Küche raiden bei mir. Ich glaube, ich habe nur Heilzeug mit. Oh, der Geist ist schon feindlich. Hast du gut gemacht, Conjurer. Hast einen feindlichen Geist beschworen. Kannst ihn keine Runde halten. The gunfire dies down and the smoke clears. You and Tarzan can find yourself staring at one another across a room stacked with corpses. Well, that takes care of that. And now, if you excuse me, we're going to take care of Mr. Grinder. Was ist denn mit dem feindlichen Geist? He tosses something to you. Reflexively, you snatch it out of air. The object feels smooth and warm to the touch. It's the plastic box that Tarzan pulled off safe box. Who need this anymore? Give it to your pal Blitz. I'm sure that he can find use for it. What does it do? Beats me. From the connections to the button, it looks like it was made to plug into a cyber deck. Beyond that, I'm in the dark as you are. All I know is that when I wanted it, that should be good enough for a red-haired disaster. Anyway, I've got things to do. I should go get them. If you hurry, I can have Grinder dead in a dumpster and still get home in time to read the grandkids' story. Never did like the man. I'll give him a chance to scurry away, let him get his hopes up for a day or two. Then I'm gonna check his ass into a whoop chipper. Good luck, Hasenkamp. Don't need it, but thanks anyways. You did good, Morgengold. You ever get tired of running the shadows, you come see me. I could find a place in my organization for a woman like you. Okay. Wie ich da so einfach so in der Mitte von so einem Ding stehe, ey. Okay, wir haben die Mission geschafft. Das ist dann auch ein guter Zeitpunkt, um etwas zu essen und so zu besorgen und die Kamera zu resetten unten. The ride back to the Kreuzwasser is a lonely one. The train car smells a little better than the one you rode in on. It isn't great, but at least it doesn't leave you gagging. Still, things are looking up. You've helped Blitz pull himself out of hot water, and with any luck at all, you'll never have set foot in Dragonfell again. After a long, boring trip, the car rattles to a stop. The door slides open. You're home. Ja, ich will eigentlich das deciden, weil ich will nämlich deciden, dass wir es löschen, aber... No. Wir speichern das jetzt hier nochmal. Und dann kann ich hier mal Videoquelle. So. Jetzt ist die Kamera wieder funktionabel. Und dann gehen wir mal die Küche raiden und gucken nach was zu essen und was zu trinken. Bin ich gleich wieder da. Sekunde. Hoffentlich schreckt der Kater nicht auf. Das war nur ich. Ja, das war nur ich. So. Kurz mit dem kleinen Magier gesprochen. Wir haben nämlich zurzeit gar nicht so viel in der Küche. Dann machen wir ein bisschen hier weiter. Ha. Oh, hey, Chief, you're back and you've got the box, right? Yeah, okay, sure, we can talk about it. Do a little post-mortem on the OP sort of thing. For my part, I'd say that it went great. I mean, mission accomplished, right? Also, as well as that. Yeah, chef, I got it. Hey, I'm sorry about that vault thing. I'll admit that was an oversight on my part. So, anyway, was there anything specific you wanted to go over? Go on, I'm all ears. Was that really an accident? Of course it was, chef. I'm sure it could to even ask what you think. That I purposely stranded you in a bank vault? I mean, what kind of asshole would I have to be like that? Oh, come on, Chief. Like, you've never made a mistake. Look, you can lambast on me on all. Like, aside from that, one little detail of a plan was perfect. I'm proud of my performance in there. It sounds like you're in clear with Hasenkamp. Do you have any other debts that I need to worry about? Nah, nothing worth mentioning, and I mean it this time. We've been making good money, and I've paid off everyone else already. You've got nothing more to worry about from me. With a series of deft motions, Blitz pops the plastic cover in an unused expensive slot in his cyberdeck and slides the expansion slot in his cyberdeck and slides the mystery box home. A reset light in the box goes from red to green. He boots up the deck, staring at the code that scrolls across the integrated display. Well, this is weird. The data hard-coded onto this thing is jam-packed with Comlink software. It looks like it has protocols for all the major brands, sysadmin level tools too, and there's something else. This thing is like a master key for communication systems. With this box plugged into my deck, I could hack the comlink of just about anyone in the same room as me. Use your imagination, chef. Just about every security goon in Berlin is wired to a comm system of some kind or another. If I can hijack those comms, then I can cause all sorts of confusion in the ranks on our runs. This is one hell of a toy. I can see why Grinder wanted it. How's the Emily thing going? Any luck with the search? I've made some headway. For the first time in a year, I've got a solid lead. I thought I'd look everywhere. Between my contacts and myself, we scored all of M's old hounds, both in Meat Space and in the Matrix. What I never thought to do was dig for clues in my own cyberdeck. It seems so obvious now, but back then I couldn't see it. I mean, she was running from me, right? So why would she leave any breadcrumbs for me to find? Anyway, I did some housekeeping and I discovered something. On the morning that Emily disappeared, some information vanished from my cyberdeck as well. She did a good job of covering her tracks, but I can see the signs. She grabbed the file and ran. End of story. What kind of data are we talking about? No idea, Chief. I grabbed it on the log when me and Emily were goofing around in the Matrix. The file was encrypted all to hell. I never could get it open. I only took the damn thing because she told me not to. She said the security would be too tight, that I'd get myself killed, but I waltzed on there and took it all the same. You should have seen me, Chief. It was a thing of beauty. I don't think I ever been as much of a game as I was that day. A corporate database, no big deal. Tell me which corporate, Blitz. Oh, no one important. I stole it from Aztec. Oh, Blitz! In hindsight, it might not have been the best of the ideas. You don't mess with the icy Blitz, everyone knows that. Yeah, I guess Emily wasn't too express either. Our only real big fight was over that stupid file. Anyway, time passed. Eventually we made up and laughed the whole thing off, or at least I thought we did. Truth be told, I forgot all about it until I realized that data had gone missing. I don't know, Chef. The whole incident has me rethinking a lot of things. What if she took the file to protect the Azzies? What if she's with them? I've got to admit, this has me worried. I'm even more torn up now than I was before. I don't know what to do, but I'm open for suggestions. You're right, I've got to pay her back for that. If this gets out, I'll never live it down. I can't believe that she did this to me, that everything we shared might have been a lie. A sort of, mostly speculation, truth be told. So what's the deal? Is she working with the Aziz or what? No, I don't think so, but I do have a new lead. After our talk, I went wading into all of the Aztec matrix hubs that I could find. Nothing too deep, don't worry, but I didn't want to set off any alarms, but I had a hunch that if I poke around long enough, I find something that might lead me to Emily. And sure enough, I did. A message from the genuine article herself. Sure enough, sent me a note. Wanna hear what it said? I tell you, the note said, and I quote, "Lay off, Blitz. I told you to leave me alone. You've shown admirable self-control over the past year. Please don't give up on it now. I'll be back when I can, if I can. Until then, keep away from me for both of our sakes." So I found her, and she wants nothing to do with me. Again, no explanations, no apologies. Just a verbal pat on the head. I've shown admirable self-control? Really? She makes it sound like I'm a toddler or something. Hell no, I was going to stand for that. Where does she get off stealing from me and then acting like it was my fault? I tried to trace the message like any good decker would. I know your use of the word tried. She's good now, Gold. Better than I ever thought she was. I couldn't trace the damn thing. I could keep digging though. I mean, if she noticed me doing it before, I must have been close. Now, before you say anything, I was more discreet this time. I can be subtle if I have to. Nobody noticed when I was doing it. I did find another clue. I found a connection between Emily and Cedar Krupp. Fucking hell. Oh, Cedar Krupp hat einen Drachen als Chef, das wollen wir nicht. So you think that she works for SK then? That she stole the encrypted data from you to give it to them? Well, maybe, I don't know, it's confusing. I also was able to track down some message fragments connecting her to the Schockwellenreiter. So maybe she was a Cedar Krupp mole. And she got close to me so that she could, I don't know, so she could profit from my decking expertise. Maybe when she told me not to steal the data, she was using reverse psychology. That's gotta be it, she must have wanted me to take it. But then again, maybe she's with the Schockwellenreiter and she's screwing both the Azis and SK over. If that's the case, then maybe she was with me because she's genuinely wanted to be. In either case, I should make an effort to find her. I mean, she's playing a dangerous game, whether she's with SK or with Schockwellenreiter. Maybe she's gotten herself into deep. She might need help. I mean, why else would she send me such a cryptic message? You're right, of course, you're absolutely right. Besides, it's not like she can send me a distress call. Her communications are probably being monitored. I bet that she spent the whole past year waiting for me to come riding in to rescue. Ugh. Blitz claps in his hands and rubs them together with excitement. Get that, Chief. You're about to witness an event when my gung-ho personality and legendary skills come together. The whole world stops and takes notice. You won't have to wait too long. I know just the place to hit. The same Aztec data node that I stole the information from in the first place. I already know that I can get past the security and my gut tells me that I'll find Emily there. Thanks for encouragement, Chief. I knew that this was the right thing to do, of course, but you've helped me to quiet the lingering doubts that I might have had. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a damsel in distress to rescue. Ich glaube nicht, dass das so eine clevere Idee ist, aber... Hallo, Tante. Tante. Played it. Sit. Played it. Sit. Bed. Any updates on Alexander? Nothing new, boss. He's suggesting it's gonna take some time. If you're able, I'll call the lodge. Oh, boss, do you mean the Black Lodge? I don't know. Maybe lodge was all I heard. Let me describe them to you and you can tell me if what I'm saying is fits. Shadowy, powerful, secretive, a cell with deep pockets and a penchant for hiding the truth. They conduct all of their business through dupes and go-betweens. Is that about right? Well, if it's them and whoever you're talking about, I ain't saying it is, then I'd advise you to stay away from them. Stay far, far away, and whatever you do, don't take their money. If you do, they'll own you. More than you could know. Most folk don't even believe that they exist, but being a shaman in Berlin has its perks. I've seen enough evidence to believe. Well, the story is that Black Lodge is the mother of all conspiracies. Supposedly, they've been around for hundreds of years, and they've been practicing magic since well before the Awakening. Impossible, I know, but I believe it. You ever heard about the Masons, the Knight Templars, the Bavarian Illuminati? They were all puppets of a Black Lodge. None of them knew who they were working for, but the Lodge was there pulling the strings. They always have been, and they still are today. That's the story. Suddenly I could use a drink. It's bound to happen eventually, probably sooner rather than later. Isn't there something that you can do to stop that from happening? Well, I suppose that I could refuse, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea, especially not now. Remember, boss, the Dragon Slayer is where my magic comes from. If I turn away from him, you'd better believe that he'll turn away from me. Dankeschön. Besides, I don't even know if I can refuse him anymore. He's been with me for so long, I don't know where he stops and I begin. Don't you worry about me, boss. I've known that it was coming for my entire life, and when it happens, it will go down in a blaze of glory, the likes of which you can't even imagine. That's a promise. That's an interesting idea. If it were big enough or heinous enough, he might be satisfied. I've never tried to bargain or negotiate with the Dragon Slayer before. I'm not sure how I feel about it, and I don't know how he'd take it either. The Dragon Slayer doesn't like to be questioned, and his temper even shorter than mine. But I tell you what, boss, I think about it. It isn't my idol's fault that I'm getting too old to keep up with his wishes. Okay. Gucken, ob wir noch ein bisschen mit Lori reden können. I've been dreading this. What are you here to tell me off? I wouldn't blame you were. No, Lori, I'm not here to tell you off. Truth be told, I wanted to check in on how you're doing. Not great, struggling. About how you expect. Yeah, what's that? You've escaped from Harrow, but he's still out there. If you're looking to atone for your past, don't you think shutting him down would be a good place to start? I've been thinking about this for a long time, Morgengold, and every time I've gotten close to making a decision, I've turned and run away. No more running. I'm ready to face this thing, but I can't do it alone. I'm going to need your help. I'm glad that we're on the same page. Alright, if you're going to do this, we need to be clear on what our goal is. There are a lot of innocent people in that place. Lost street kids who got sucked in by Martha and the other girls like her. Saving them won't be easy, but it feels like the right thing to do. But then there's also Harrow to consider. I want that man dead. Lord knows he deserves it. And if we don't make killing him our top priority, he might get away from us. If that happens, if he runs, he'll eventually start up another cult somewhere else, where we can't find him. And all of this will have been for nothing. Okay, I hydrate und dann geht's mit der Emoto-Voice weiter. Glory mit Emoto-Voice, huiuiui. Eigentlich ist Glory ja eh so richtig emotionslos am Reden. We are likely to run into another complications as well, so I think we need to make a decision here, up front. What would you do in my place? Rescue the kids or take down Harrow? I don't think we can manage both. Harrow needs to die. I don't want any other kids hurt or killed, but Harrow, that bastard, has to pay for what he did to me. She stops, as if suddenly unsure of herself. A moment later, a newfound confidence seems to seize her. She looks to you, and there is fire in her eyes. He has to pay for what he did to all of us. I won't let this happen again. He needs to die. You're damn right he does. Meet me at the van when you're ready to go. It's a long drive from here to Schönbuch. I see you there. Hallo Astrid, hallo meine Lieblingshabja. Hallo. Oh, wir können jetzt mal hier wieder runtergehen. Schaut mal, den Geheimeingang benutzen. Wie ist der Hund da runtergekommen? Wie? Dante, plead it. Sit. Pet. Armer Hund, ist nicht gut für ihn. Glory must be in your party, and I can't choose any others. Sad. Unform. Continue. Ja, Emoto Voice ist an. Aber weil unser lieber Joshua sie eingelöst hat, habe ich einfach ohne einen Countdown. Ich mache sie einfach für eine Weile jetzt. Weil Joshua und Nichan verdient das. Drive von Kreuzbazar to Schönbruch Forest was a long one. For over 6 hours, you and Glory rode in the relative silence with only the sounds of the road for the company. You now find yourself crouching in the woods, watching, waiting. Off in the distance, the rustic exterior of Feuerstelle looks curiously warm and inviting, but you know what's waiting inside. The anticipation churns at your guts like a living thing. Eventually, a van pulls out of a compound driveway and rolls out along a service road before disappearing from view. Glory gives you a nod and begins to scramble forward. Harrow has left the building. It's time for you to make your way inside. Ewe? Vielleicht werde ich irgendwann auch in der Lage sein, Speak zu benutzen. Random Fun Fact. Die Fun Facts hat der Kater wieder rumgeworfen. Wenn du in den Himmel schaust und weiße Punkte herumschwirren siehst, sind das die weißen Blutkörperchen. Arigato gozaimasu. I got food. Food. Nicht auf Dauer, nur so für ein paar Minuten so. Ist nicht creepy. Ich hätte auch einfach sagen können, Wale explodieren manchmal, wenn sie gestrandet sind, spontan. The velvet edifice of Feuerstelle looms above you, dark and sinister in the chill night airs. Despite the horrifying stories that Lloyd told you about this place, something about it feels strangely comforting. In the back of your mind, insidious voices whisper that you could stay here forever. Do you feel it? The lure of this place? When I was a kid, when I was whole, the pull was irresistible. Didn't come here to turn tail and run away again. I did that once, never again. How about you? Are you ready, Narrengold? You're going to see some terrible things in this place. Feuerstelle exists to prey on the young, and we're going to have to come to face with that. Teenagers mostly, 16 through 18, though there are a rare exception. Not children. There was a time when Harold played with luring younger children here, but he found them to be more trouble than they are worth it. The younger the child, the more likely that someone might come looking for them. Better to stick with the lost, desperate souls who've already spent years on the street, the cast offs that nobody cares about. Lord knows there are enough of them out there. So I ask you again, are you ready for this? Good. You want to compare notes? Make sure that we are both on the same page? We take Harold out of commission. You were right when you said we couldn't afford to let him live. Even if you completely restore this place, it'd be all for nothing if he got away. Just start another code somewhere else. We make our way inside and take out the shrine that Harold uses as his power focus. We can't touch him while that thing is standing, but after we bring it down, he'll be vulnerable. By the wolf of God, by heaving over to one is hugely tiring. You do. Gott, ich kann das nicht mal lesen. Okay, super, CP. Danke, dass du so lange da warst. Schlaf gut und viel Erfolg morgen bei deinem Termin. Oder viel Spaß, je nachdem, was für ein Termin es ist. Wie immer, wir gucken und wir können nicht drumherum laufen. Das Game erlaubt es nicht, okay. Dann ändern wir es direkt. Dorffestvorbereitungen. Dann wünsche ich dir einfach beides. Voice is free, maybe 4 people all talking amongst themselves. You can't make out what they are saying, but one of them's voice sounds desperate. You've heard the tone before. It's the sound of a man pleading for his life. Okay. Ich gehe mal von meinem üblichen, lass mal überall lauschen und reingehen weg. The doorway shimmers with a faint red light. As you approach the door, you can feel a squirming sensation in the back of your skull. Your limb begins to tingle, then you feel heavy. The closer that you get to the doorway, the more of a struggle it is to continue moving forward. It feels as through your strength of being siphoned from your body. Scheiß drauf! Ich hab Willpower 11! Come at me! You grit your teeth and lean forward, forcing your heavy limbs to move through sheer force of will. As you near the doorway, it begins to glow red. Crackling sparks leap from the glowing brass, and crisp of smell ozone fills the sphere. You wrestle an arm up from where it hangs on your side and reach for the sparkling doorknob. A moment later, you feel a cold metal hand grasp your shoulder. Glory. She speaks a single word. Don't. As you step away from the door, the crawling sensation gradually recedes. A moment later, the strength returns to your limbs. Glory stares into the light, frowning. The shrine room is through here, but this barrier wasn't here before. I must have warded the doorway after I ran. How do we get through? The rod is like a lock. There must be a key, but when I helped her to run through, she and I were the only ones allowed to the shrine room. So we look for whoever has taken my place. That's where the key will be. It'd be a girl. Harry would never take a male as his second. He wouldn't want competition. And her hair will be fire red. It's sort of an insignia of rank within the cult. Hey, cool, dass ich rotes Haar habe. Okay. Dann gehen wir vielleicht doch hier hin jetzt. Kick open the door. Okay. The fuck? Take the moment to realize that Glory isn't following you. You turn to find her standing in place, staring at the bodies of Slaughter's acolytes. Her expression is unreadable. You would have killed him. I owe you my life, Fräulein, and I owe you both. Unbelievable how little things have changed. I remember stealing this for Harrow, the owner, while he didn't need it anymore. I remember how proud I was, how loved I felt. Glory ist in den Kult geraten und wir räumen jetzt das Kultnest aus. Also als ein Kind war sie in den Kult geraten und wir kümmern uns jetzt darum, den Arschloch von Kultleader zu töten. You hear voices speaking low tones through the wood of the door. You can't make out the words, but regular choruses of rough laughter tell you that the people on the other side are enjoying themselves. It's definitely... When I was in... I practically lived in that room. Yes, you could try the special place for our inner circle, the acolytes and the bait girls and housewives. Martha and I just spent the time. Also mir echt leid, Glory. Ja. Ich würde die auch wirklich gerne liegen lassen, aber wir müssen halt die Rothaarige finden, ne? Wir können ja nicht mal sagen, oh, lass mal untödliche Waffen verwenden. There's something in there I want to see. Yes, so. Aber erstmal kontrollieren wir die Clothes hier. A dirty and torn shirt lies discarded on the ground. The fabric has splattered with blood. Lois stares down at it, unblinking. I knew she must have worn that in here. It's way too small for an acolyte. Her voice is soft and sad. Maybe he did something to offend her, or maybe a member of the inner circle was in a mood for sport. Doesn't matter either way. One of this shirt doesn't need it anymore. Hanging against the wall, you find a grainy photograph that has been mounted to a wooden panel. The wood looks like it was recovered from a construction site. It's rough, splintery stuff, and there are a few nails jutting out of it at odd angles. The photo depicts a pair of teenage girls in ratty clothes posing against a forested backdrop. The two are entwined in a loving embrace. One is leaning in to plant a kiss on the other's cheek, and the other one is smiling. The smiling girl has a head of fire-red hair. It takes a moment to realize when you're looking at the red-haired girl is Glory. In the picture she looks vibrant, happy and alive. You don't recognize the other girl's face, but from what Gloria has told you of her past, you'd guess that it's probably Martha. Glory stares at the photo. Her face is devoid of expression. After a moment, she closes her eyes. You look good as a redhead. I certainly thought so. I did it for him, you know, a sign of devotion. All that I wanted was to please him. Of course, now I realize that what it really was. It was Harry's way of making me his property, like a duck pissing on a tree. What a goddamn fool I was. Leaning in, you can see the object clearly, a thin ring made of braided silver wires. Glory, know anything about this ring? Martha gave it to me on the day that this photo was taken. She said that she made it for me. I left it behind when I left this place behind. Haven't you been paying attention? Martha never cared for me. She was paid. It was a job to lure me here, me and 100 other kids like me. This ring doesn't mean anything. Then why did she keep it? I don't know. She stares at the ring for a long moment and snatches it from the picture frame. She tucks it away into her satchel. It was mine, so I'm taking it. Now let's keep moving. Oh. Gloria pauses at the side of it and she traces the side of it with her claw. I remember cruising in the back alleys of Tübingen and looking for kids in need to help. The bait girls, Martha and the others like her, would offer them money or food or drugs or sex. Whatever it took to get them into the van. And once they piled in, her and I would be waiting to greet them. I remember so many nights like that. I remember how much I used to enjoy it. Left to my own device, I probably wouldn't have. You pushed me to do this, to find some semblance of redemption. I owe you for that. You don't owe me anything. Tell yourself whatever you like. We both know the truth. Come on, let's keep moving. Ooh. Das ist ja mal eine nice Ausbeute. Gleichzeitig macht sie mir richtig Sorgen. This is the initial dormitory. The new arrival brought here. There's still hope for these kids now. How had a chance to have them done. Then we need to stop him before he can. Wait, listen. Movement in the room. Soft voices from inside the room come drifting out of a nearby band. You hear a woman's voice. The sound is crisp and smooth and sweet, and instantly puts you at ease. Calm now, dear. It's probably nothing. No need to worry yourself. We're so far off a beaten track, we don't get a lot of visitors. Out of a corner of your eye, you can see Glory's back stiffen. She flinches as though she's been stung. High-pitched and pleading, and another listen to me. But what if it is someone? What if bad people have found us? What if they followed me here and they've come to... The female voice cuts in, soft and comforting. Well, then we'll send them away. You're perfectly safe here. You have to believe that. Don't worry, dear heart. Harrow won't let anyone hurt you. Not here, in this place, not ever again. Are you certain, Martha? Positive. Be calm, all of you. As long as you're here with us, nothing bad will ever happen to you. Not mine, Harrow's, but she's the Martha from my story, yes. What do you want to do? If she's still here, she'll be Harrow's number one. My old position. He had his way with all of us, but he was always sweet on Martha. That means that she'll have the key to the shrine room. Maybe we can talk to her, convince her to give us the key. Maybe, but not here and not now. Those kids in there, they all die for her. They already love her. That's what she does. We can risk confronting her in that room. If the situation turns ugly, any one of those kids will happily eat a bullet for her. That's not what I came here to do. But we deal with her later. I won't hurt any more kids voluntarily. Martha's voice floats back out through the vents. Hush now, boys, and get some rest. You've got a big day tomorrow. The biggest day of your lives. You get to meet Harrow. I promise you, after you speak with him, you see the whole world in a different way. A better way. All right, Martha, have a good night. You too, dear heart, all of you. You hear the distant sound of a door sliding shut. The coast is clear. We can handle the initiates. They are just a bunch of scared kids. Without Martha there to egg them on, they won't try anything. Aber wir wollen ja nicht zu viele Leute töten, ne? Ist dann noch ein Medizin... Moment. Okay, jetzt bin ich eh schon soweit. Aber, wir können ja mal kurz... Okay, wir müssen da lang. Okay. Gut, dann gehen wir halt doch da lang. When you get closer to the door, whips his head up to look at you. He takes a step backward in alarm, then opens his mouth to cry for help. You don't want to do that. Glory looks deep into the initiate's eyes, transfixing him. We're not here to hurt you. If we wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. You lived on the streets, you know how this works. Yeah, you're right, but if you don't want to hurt anyone, why are you here? We just want to have a word with Martha, a private word between old friends, understand? Yeah, that's cool, I guess. Hi, Dreamy Incubus. Viel Spaß beim Spielen. Winnie by the door is staring at Lois limbs, her eyes wide. She's a mousy little thing, probably somewhere in the vicinity of 17 years old, with purple contact lenses and a shock of blue hair. She glances up at Lori, blinking. You used to live here, didn't you? I've seen your picture before. You shouldn't have been in that room. It isn't safe for initiates in there. It was a dare. Please don't tell Martha or Mrs. Harrow. I don't want to get in trouble. I won't. And to answer your question, yes, I did live here. I was like you, a scared kid brought here by Martha for a chance at a new life. I like Martha. She's so nice. I always feel safe when I'm with her. Most adults aren't like that. They either don't notice you or they do for the wrong reasons. But Martha, she cares about us. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, ask away. Well, I overheard Martha talking to Mr. Harrow yesterday. I think they were talking about our meeting with him, the one that Martha were just talking about, where we will learn to see the world in a different way. Go on. Well, I couldn't really hear the whole conversation. It was all muffled, but what I could hear was kind of weird. Mr. Harrow said some stuff about a shrine, and then it sounded like he changed the subject because he started talking about dinner, something about chopping up meat. Well, Martha got real upset, said they're too new, they're not ready, make the older ones do it, stuff like that. But then Mr. Harrow said some other things, and then she calmed down again. When she left, she was smiling. And so I was just wondering, do you know what they were talking about? I want to make sure that Martha is okay, but I can't ask her about it because I don't want her to find out that I was eavesdropping. I'm not sure, but I don't think they were talking about dinner, kid. No, but then what were they talking about? I wouldn't worry about it, sweetie. We'll make sure that Martha is okay. Alright, but don't tell her that I told you, please. Don't worry, we won't. How long have you been here, by the way? Almost a week. It's wonderful. Of course it is. So much nicer than living on the street, isn't it? You be good, sweetie. Don't you worry. We'll take care of Martha. Ich glaube nicht, dass es Nom Nom Human Meat ist. Ich glaube, es ist einfach tatsächlich Opferungen. Also ja, schon Menschen aufschneiden, aber für Opferungen, denke ich. Und um Leid zu verursachen wegen dem Teufel, den er ja in sich trägt. Also er glaubt ja, wir sind hier der Adversary. The girl smiles sheepishly and steps back. As you pass by her on the way to the door, Glory shoots you a sidelong glance. I don't know for certain what Terry has planned for those kids, but I do know one thing. Whatever it is, we aren't going to let it happen. Agreed. Martha is just on the other side of this door. However this goes, we're going to have to move quickly afterward. If she dies, her will know it, and I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut if she lives, so we take the key out of the shrine room, break through the ward, and confront the spirit. Are we clear on that? The woman in this room is lovely. Full lips contrast artfully with her fine elvish features, and a tumble of fire red hair spills down over her shoulders. Beyond her physical beauty, there's something inherently approachable about her. She exudes an almost palpable aura of kindness and warmth. Martha, Glory's old lover, the lure that Harrow used to draw her and so many others to Feuerstelle. She looks up with a start at the sound of your approach. Her eyes go wide at the sight of Glory. As she takes in her cyberware, her mouth falls open in horror. Glory? Yes, Martha, it's me. It's been a long time. It has. Glory, what have you done to yourself? What I had to do. I got out, Martha. This was the only way. Oh, Glory. All at once, the horror on Martha's face is replaced with an expression of profound sorrow. I'm so sorry. Martha steps forward, her arms extended to wrap Glory in a hug. All at once, something in Glory's face changes. Her skin goes from pale to pallid, and her breath becomes ragged. She takes a step back and raises her claws into a defensive posture. Her voice frosts over with cold rage. Don't you touch me. You're one of Harrow's creatures. You always were. Martha stops short. One of his creatures? Glory, what are you talking about? This isn't like you. Look at me, Morgengold. Take a good long look. I was forced to sacrifice my own body in order to escape from this place, to hack away what made me human, and she's the one who brought me here. She grinds her teeth but says nothing. Eventually she nods. You're right, of course, it was my choice, but that doesn't change what she is or what she did to me. If she hadn't found me, I hadn't baited me here, none of this would have happened. None of what? I haven't done anything. If you just left me where you found me, I would never have hurt anybody. My mother would still be alive. I would never sold my soul to that abomination that you all worship, and I would have had wouldn't have had to sacrifice my own body to escape from it. This place took everything from me, and it all started with you. Harun, I rescued you from the life on the street, a beautiful girl, homeless, penniless, living in a gutter. I pulled you away from all of that. I saved you. I don't feel much anymore, Martha. Most of the time, I'm completely numb. But for you, I can make an exception. I hate you. I'm sorry that you feel that way, Glory. For my part, I still love you. Razors flick out of Glory's fingertips. Her lips curls into a snarl. Another lie. The last one you will ever tell. I'll prove it to you. Ask me anything you want. I'll show you that I'm telling the truth. I never wanted anything bad to happen to you, Glory. Not ever. She wheels to face you. Why are you listening to her? She's just telling you what you want to hear. That's her whole purpose here. Remember, she's bait. Why listen to anything that she says? Because of a ring and a photo that it was nailed to. If she was lying, she wouldn't have kept it all these years. Alright, Martha, convince me. Convince you of what? That I'm not a monster? I don't know how to do that, Glory. You can start by telling me how you sleep at night. You know what happens to the kids that you are bringing here. You know what happened to me, but you're still luring them here into Harry's clutches all these years later. So tell me, how do you live with yourself? Explain it to me. For a moment you can see the conflict behind Martha's eyes. If cognitive dissonance had a face, it would be hers. Confused, frightened, angry. At rest with herself. For a moment, she struggles to speak. Then the whispering sensation that you felt outside the compound comes back, and her face changes. The muscles of her brow relax, and she appears to be at peace. Why are you asking me this, Lori? You already know the answers. The kids here, they aren't being hurt. They are walking the path to a free and pure life, just like you have taught us. The shrine is whispering to her, Glory. I can feel it too. She's blissed out on it, like you said. Martha continues, her joyful smile widening. Her voice is placid. Harry's a great man, a prophet. True, sacrifices have to be made. But what he brings in return is so much love, Glory. You remember. Glory grits her teeth but gives you a small nod. Yeah, you're right. After so many years living here, I don't know if she's even know what normal feels like anymore. Martha, if what you're saying is true, if you ever really did care for me, then please give me your key. It's important. Key. Whatever you use to get past the words outside the mirror shine. I need it. Don't ask why. Just do this for me. You owe me that much. She looks momentarily conflicted. Then the moment passed. No, Harrow said that I had to guard this. He told me that I could never take it off. I can't question one of Harrow's orders. It would be wrong. She blinks, then that thing you saw behind her eyes looks down again, and the flicker of unease on her face is replaced with an easy smile. You're welcome to try, but I promise you will walk away from this apologizing for how wrong you were. Harry's a great man. Feuerstelle is a good place. Stay here for a while and you learn that for yourself. Harry's hurting a runaway that you bring here. You can see that, can't you? Hurting how so? Martha blinks. She looks momentarily confused, and then you see the conviction clamp down back behind from your eyes. This was a long time ago, and that man wanted to hurt the community. We did what we had to. So yes, of course we took it. Why let a perfectly good video go to waste? You're confusedly lost, but go on. Tell me how Elsa is hurting us, and I tell you why you're wrong. A lesson in Puritan values from a Shadowrunner. How quaint. I'm not making a value judgment, just an observation. This isn't about you. I don't care what you do, Martha. I'm talking about child abuse. Harry doesn't take the young ones for wives. I don't know what Chloe told you, but he isn't a monster, and even the youngest initiates aren't children, not really. Life on the Street took that from them long ago. Feuerstelle lets them to be themselves, but in a safe place, certainly safer than the back alleys of some urban hellhole like the one that you live in. I was young when he chose me, Martha. Maybe not innocent, but young. Somewhere deep down, you know that this is wrong. When you lived with us, you didn't think it was wrong. You loved it here. You can rewrite history to cast yourself as a victim if you want to. If demonizing me helps, you can do that too. But nobody ever forced you to do anything, Glory. This is clearly a difficult subject. I don't know what you were hoping to achieve by bringing it up, but I promise you, you aren't going to convince me by a modern way of life. Our ways here are our own. You can't change that. All that you can do is accept and move on. You just don't know when you give up, do you? Our ways aren't yours, but that doesn't give you the right to judge us. Who are you to impose our injury on this commune? I tell you what you are. You are a kind of person that terror has always warned us about. Your sense of moral outrage doesn't trump our right to live in the way that we chose. She takes in deep breath, struggles to calm herself. If you have more accusation to hurl at my husband, go ahead and do it. I'll tell you how wrong you are. I prefer to keep this conversation civil, but that's up to you. There's something else that I'd like to ask you about. The usual: drink, play games, have sex, watch the trit, the sorts of things that lovers usually do in their free time. Why do you ask? Because we found a tattered bloodstained shirt in there. It looked like it came from the initiate. You know the kinds of things that happens in that room, Martha. You heard the stories, we both did. I've never seen an initiate harmed in that room, not once. And for the rumors, well, they're just that, rumors. I'm sure of that. I don't know if you expected any of that mean anything, but it doesn't. None of it matters. If you want this, you're going to have to kill me for it. Glory shifts into an attack posture. When she speaks, her voice is unsteady. I'm sorry that it came to this, Martha, but you're too far gone to save. If what you want is a fight, we'll give you one. I didn't want this, Glory. I wish that we could have come out of the trance, but you haven't convinced me of anything, and I made a promise to protect this with my life. I won't need luck outside a hero. My husband taught me how. She raises her hands and they begin to glow. See for yourself. Lois stands at the red ruin of Martha's body. Her eyes flit down to her claw, an expression of glowing horror across her face. You okay, Glory? It takes her a long time to respond. Her voice is choked with her long dormant emotion. No, I'm not. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. Yes, I know she was just as bad as her. Killing her was the right thing to do. Glory. Save a consolation speech. I'm over it. We got what we came here for. Let's go finish this. You monster, you killed Martha. It couldn't be helped. How is going to get you, you see. As you step forward, the scintillating red light that streams from the doorway flickers and dies. There's a strange, lurching sensation in your gut, but it clears almost instantly. The door swings open with a touch. Her hands come back out and clutching a small jar. I'm going to put a smear of this on your forehead. It's a sort of alchemical balm. Harrow taught me how to make it. If you ever wondered why my share take our jobs is gone, this is the answer. Powdered orichalcum isn't cheap. What is the boundaries between the material world and the astral plane are weak in this place. Things can bleed through, but balm is like a lens. It focuses your perception, makes the haze real. With this, we can deal with the spirit on its own level. I'm glad you came prepared. I didn't have much of a choice. There is no way that I could pull this off without alchemical assistance. I wouldn't even want to try. This will protect your astral self from spiritual possession. Don't take it off while we're dealing with the shrine, whatever you do. I don't know what's going to happen when we step into the room, Narangold. We're playing with forces outside control. Are you ready to do this? Ready as I'll ever be. Let's do. When we engage the spirit, Harrow will come rushing back here. And when we kill it, he'll be crippled. Then we kill him. But Harrow, we can worry about him later. Is there a way that we can deal with it without hurting the cultist? Yes, rather than killing the spirit, we can attempt to purify it. That will clear Harrow's influence from their minds without hurting them. Are you sure that you want to do this? If set that thing free, Harrow will run and we will be too busy helping the to follow them. Ja, nein, wir töten den Kultist, einen Anführer. Ich würde den Geist zwar auch gerne purifieren, aber the approach to shine, a chorus of high sibilant voices fills the air. The sound is light and airy, but something about it fills you with a bone-deep dread. Welcome home, Glory. Glory's eyes go wide. She opens her mouth to speak, but no sound escaped her. Glory, what? Something slams into you, a wave of unending force that turns your unconsciousness inside out and sends shock waves reverberating through your mind. The world lurches and everything goes black. Slowly you begin to steer. Murky, flickering impressions invite the oily stillness of your conscious mind. The sensation comes in waves, washing up over you and jerking you back toward consciousness. You smell acrid smoke and burning meat. The roar of distant flames whisper in your ears. When your eyes flutter open, a dull red glare fills your vision. As you attempt to struggle to your feet, you become dimly aware that the gravity here feels wrong. Everything is heavier than it should be. Slowly the waves grow still and your senses calm. You find yourself staring into an infinite horizon. The blasted ruins of fire shells stretch out in all directions as far as the eye can see. Holy shit. Glory, verily, she survives your surroundings. I'd say that's an understatement. Where the hell are we? Can't say for certain, but here's one thing that I'm sure of. Whatever this place is, the adversary holds sway here. In fact, I think the place looks the way it does because you're expected to. It's trying to play on your fears. That's possible, I suppose, but you can worry about it later. For now, let's keep moving. The spirit will be around here somewhere. Immer alles schön in Zweiern. As you step forward, you find yourself gagging. The air in this room is saturated with slaughterhouse smell, a smell like blood and bile and feces. And the stench of an abattoir. What's an abattoir? Her head is... You catch a sign of something sliding onto the world. It looks like a charred man with a pair of tortured faces where its shoulders should be. The thing burns like a Roman candle, spitting white hot sparks in a fiery plume. An oily substance runs down between its dangling legs and spatters onto the floor. Where those drips land, they burn. Behind the creature, the second thing lumbers into view, a wall of muscle, sinew, and burnt pitch. The thing lurched towards you, leaving a trail of greasy smoke in their wake. Uff. Na gut, das war ein Crit. Gute Nacht, Remi. Schlaf gut. Was ist... wahrscheinlich nicht. Mit, ob man, dass man Martha retten kann. Ich meine, vielleicht kann man Martha retten, Astrid. Das wäre cool. Aber naja. Sika, Mauler. One Spirit weniger. Schade. Schade. Ja, gut. Ich will halt Harrow tot sehen. Ist zwar schade wegen ihr, aber naja. Ach, du kannst heilen? Gut, dann wissen wir ja, was wir jetzt attackieren. Mist. Komm schon, Glory. Oh, Glory. Mm. Geht doch. Ja, hatte ich, aber wie gesagt, ich will Harrow trotzdem töten und den Pazifistenweg zu gehen bedeutet, Harrow gehen zu lassen, glaube ich. Ach, schau mal, this thing hovering before you is hideous. Its broad chest is jacketed in scale-like patches of burning coal and its many sets of antlers shimmer with heat. It smells like a barn fire, wood smoke burning for and blackening bodies. The spirit inclines its head toward Glory and spread its arms in welcome. Glory, welcome, child. It speaks in a chorus of clear, lilting voices. You don't hear them so much as you feel them. The sensation is strange, like hundreds of butterflies fluttering in your chest. What a pleasure it is to see you again. We're going to kill you, spirit. At once you're dead, Harrow will follow. We're burning this entire godforsaken place to the ground, and we're doing it tonight. The spirit chuckles, a strange, warbling sound that sends a shiver down your spine. We knew why you had come, child. When you mutilated yourself, when you cut away your connection to him, all become clear to us. We knew that one day you'd be back and that you would lash out against our great master. It was inevitable. You have mangled yourself behind repair and you did it to spite him. He who was the greatest benefactor. You betrayed him, child, but he loves you all the same. Slowly, Trevor, the spirit begins to turn. You can hear the crack and pop in the splintering vertebrae as its enormous head shifts to its shoulders. It fixes its cavernous gaze on you. Your friend, this outsider, slanders our great master, but we take no offense. Her words are like the bubble of a newborn babe. She is ignorant to the truth. If the noise continues, we will teach her and the bubble will cease. Don't. I have a message for you from our great master. He has a gift for you, a peace offering, one that he offers freely, a sign of his continued affection for you. He knows that you desire his servant's destruction, a symbol of his love. He will grant you the power to bring an end to Harrow. He knows that you wish to free the children from Feuerstelle. As a sign of his compassion, he will help you set them free. You can have everything you want, child, all this and more. That's obviously a trick. All that he requires of you is a show of a good faith. Remove the protection word from your neck and his gift is yours for taking, yours forevermore. It's been waiting a long time to do this, too long. I'm going to rip you to pieces, Brett, and after I'm done with you, Harry will follow. Very well, child. If pain is what you seek, we will bring it to you. Beneath her leathern skin, the thing's bones begin to shift, straining against the ligament and tendons that bind them. A hideous crackling sound fills the air as its skeleton splinters and pops. 2? As you watch, the spirit's body begins to rupture. Great tensions open to the creature's chest and back, and his ribcage cracks from some horrible internal pressure. The spirit's chest heaves and a foul liquid pours from the rib in its flesh. A flash of light stabs your eyes, and when your vision clears, you find 3 identical spirits floating before you. The fluttering sensation in your chest grows into a rasping pain, then steals your breath from the lungs. It feels like you're being eaten alive. Yours will be swift and brutal. Well, what have we here? Erstmal das. Und dann Aha, wie er abgehauen ist. A figure materializes as a shadow form is a recipient insubstantial, a projection of a man distorted by distance. His silhouette ripples like a flag in the wind. Through the haze you can see his face. He is more beautiful than handsome, with sculpted features and an unnatural youthful complexion. His expression is sad. Arrow. Glory. His voice is deep but faint and marred by echoes. It sounds as if it's shouting from the far end of a long tunnel. You shouldn't have come here. I was content to let you live out your life in peace. You taught me to kill monster. You trained me to like it. It seems only fitting that I share what I've learned with you. I don't want to kill you, Glory, and I won't unless you force my hand. Ask for my protection and I will usher you out of this place. You can leave Firestelle in peace. If you ask me politely, I might even let your friend leave with you. You're going to die tonight, Hero. I'm going to tear you out your throat. As you did to poor Martha? That was a terrible thing, Glory. You've brought this upon yourself. Da hinten stehst du. Scheiß Feigling. Glory. Aha. Weekend. The heart of Feuerstelle stumbles backward. The bonfire stench of it intensifies and its chorus of voices develops into a cacophony of animal shrieking. The fluttering butterflies in your chest become razor blades and every shriek is accompanied by a white, hot burst of pain. Glory is up and moving, beelining for the spirit's weakened form. Her claws glint redly in the infernal glow. Okay. The power releasing by the spirit's death explodes outward, slamming into you like a freight train and sending you reeling. Gloria is buffeted backward like a ragdoll, but she manages to retain her footing. She turns to face you, the ichor from the spirit's chest breaking off of her razor-tipped fingers, and as you watch her right hand burst into flame. Harris stumbles backward, clutched his hand. The rippling motion of this outline has become ragged and violent. Through the haze you can see rivulets of gore tracing their way down from his ears and nose. The whites of his eyes have gone pink with blood. He shrieks at Glory and his voice comes out in a strangled croak. "You stupid bitch, what have you done?" Slowly she turns her face with flickering projection. Flames continue to lick up from the chrome of her hand and the metal glows like molten glass. When she speaks her voice is strangely calm. "What needed to be done? See you in the real world, Harrow." The projection of Harrow convulses and bursts, and the scraps are consumed by shadow. The shadow dissipates in Harrow's gun. A wave of nausea washes over you, and your perception distorts. It feels like some great unseen power is turning you inside out. You catch sight of Glory standing impassively, smiling into the void. Then everything goes black. Ew. Slowly you swim back to consciousness. The mound of stone that was Harrow's shrine has shattered and the aura of power that it emanated is gone. Struggling to your feet, you find Glory standing nearby. She looks as calm as she ever has, but something about her troubles you. You can't quite put your finger on it, but you can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Glory, you okay? She gives you a sidelong glance. I'm fine now, but we need to get moving. Things are spilling from... Vielleicht hast du recht, Astrid. Vielleicht gehen wir einfach mal zurück. Ich glaube, wir können gar nicht so weit zurückgehen. Schauen wir mal, ob wir es können. Nee, eigentlich will ich ja dass Martha und Glory zusammenkommen. Die waren süß zusammen. Okay, ja, da ist sie schon tot, ne? Ja. Nee, da müssen wir noch ein Stückchen weiter zurück. Das heißt... Restart Level. Das ist aber auch der letzte Run für heute, den wir machen. Oh, also wir gehen hier hin. Ja, komm. Not here to represent any government. I'm not here to try to. I was only doing my job. You're wearing an uniform that makes you a tool and a pawn, and I mean, how said so. I'm just a park ranger. I'm only here to do a wildlife survey. I didn't even know that you people were out here, but now you do. If you leave this place, others will find out. Report as soon as I have no police. Oh. Oh. Ja, den Ring und das Hemd ist im gleichen Raum, deswegen den werden wir auch wiederholen. Gute Nacht, Herr Villiers. Schlaf gut. Träum was Schönes. Okay. So, 2 von 3 haben wir. As you open the refrigerator door, a whiff of ammonia sticks in your nostrils. Rotary light glints off of the door's polished interior. The fridge is stacked full of large plastic bins, all tightly sealed and neatly labeled. It's hard to tell through the opaque plastic, but they appear to be full of meat. Inspect the containers. You pop the lid off a container to take a closer look. The first thing you hits your smell. The meat here is behind rancid. White mold frosts the sides of the bin, and it's all you can do to keep from getting. As you rush to put the lid back on, you recognize a familiar shape in the rot meat. A mangled human head. Ritual supplies. The adversary prefers them aged. Harrow teaches all of the ninjas how to do it, how to harvest the meat, how to store it, how to label it. Nobody liked doing it at first, but you learn. By the end, it doesn't even bother you anymore. I get the picture. I want you that you'd see things you didn't want to see here. You weren't lying. Come on, let's keep moving. Ja, aber ich habe ja jetzt den Tritt, das Fleisch und das T-Shirt. Du hast gesagt, 3 Sachen reichen. Ah, 4 plus zum Joinen. Alles klar. Gut. Tja. Ich bin leider kein Decker. An ostensibly large tome sits cradled on this pedestal. The paper is robust and fibrous, and the binding has been expertly stitched. Steel plate running along the book's spine anchors it to the pedestal. Joyce stares down at it, frowning. Harrow's manifesto, the handcrafted line of bullshit that he feds into his initiates. We all ate it up with a smile and came away convinced that he was a genius. Looks like he's expanded it over the last few years. It's at least twice as thick as when I lived here. I wouldn't want to hang around long enough to find out. This is her personal library. He used to experiment in here. There were dangerous things in here, Narrengold. Sick things. I was never allowed in this room without Harrow. Nobody was. He said that it was for our safety, and I think that he was telling the truth. I feel uneasy being in here. I don't want to stay any longer than we have to. I mean, der Bossfight, den haben wir eigentlich ganz gut gemanagt, ne? When I first set out the path of free living, I realized that I'd have to rethink all of my earliest assumptions about life. I'd have to question my own values and beliefs, and I'd need to the strength to trust in the answers they came to me. The prospect was daunting, but it was also necessary. The road to true freedom was paved with unanswered questions. After all, you can learn to be free from a book. The answers won't come from a Bible, an instruction manual, or a code of conduct. If you don't learn that, you'll never break your chains. The path of true freedom is one that each of us must walk on his or her own. What makes life worth living, what in life is truly valuable, and what is trusted being burnt away. I spent weeks dissecting every aspect of life to find the answer of these questions. Slowly, agonizingly, I pared down the list until only 4 items remained. These 4 items became the cornerstones of my new philosophy and the basis for everything that Feuerstelle stands for. Love, the first cornerstone and the most important. Without love, life is bland and meaningless. Without love, we might as well be machines. Love what you do, love the people around you, but above all, love yourself. Self-determination, the second cornerstone. Each of us must be his or her own shepherd. No more gods and no more kings. Your life is your own. Lash out against anyone or anything that tries to treat you like property. An assault on your freedom is an assault on your whole being, and it must be met with an equally ferocious response. Charity, the third cornerstone. A miserly life is an empty life. If each of us is his or her own master, then nobody should live as a serf. By helping others along the path to enlightenment, so do we enrich our own lives. Passion, the final cornerstone. Complacency is poison. Be wary of it. Ambition is the key to a fulfilling life. Don't settle for what it is. If you do, you abandon what could be. That ominous feeling is getting stronger now, Gold. It feels like we're being watched. Leaving through the middle of a book, you find a section dedicated to Taro's rules of living. Hi, Stefan, na du, wie geht's? Schön dich zu sehen. Be free in all things and experience that freedom with your whole being, body, mind and spirit. Discard the oppressive traditions and modesty of shame that you've been indoctrinated with since birth. The free thinker has no use for them. Your body is a source of pride, of pleasure, and of succor for yourself and for others. Enjoy it and share that joy freely with those who desire it. Be selfish. Don't enslave yourself to others at the expense of your own happiness. Take what you want and do so unashamedly. Our desires are an important part of what makes us human. Society has trained us to hide that part of ourselves from the world, but the free living person doesn't cower in the shadows. Own your desires and rejoice in them. Selflessness is ultimately dishonest, and dishonesty has no place in free society. Ich mache mir Sorgen, weil ich ihm teilweise zustimme. Oh, ich bin auch ein Kultleader. Show reference. The free living person understands that only true governance in this world is the law of nature, and that in nature there is hierarchy. The rabbit doesn't question the wolf. The mouse does not wonder why it must run from the cat. They do because they must. The survival depends on it. As it is in nature, so it is at Feuerstelle. Know your place in the food chain and understand the mechanisms by which you can better yourself. You leap forward and find that there are at least 20 more pages worth of rules. Each is worded vaguely enough to have multiple interpretations. You hear another rustling sounds. Glory moving behind you. She stares down at the rules of living, a look of disgust on her face. You are an intelligent woman and I can't believe that you couldn't see through this. Nah. That's why I wrote them for, and he mined an entire library worth of 60s counterculture essays, new age self-help books and cult manifestos to do it. There isn't a single original idea in this thing. glory freeze over. Her shoulders hunch and her eyes narrow. Narrengold, this ominous feeling is getting closer. There's something in the room with us, I'm sure of it. We need to get out of here now. The final pages of the manifesto devolve into semi-cohesive runs about anarchy, social Darwinism, free love, and the horned god. You've seen this kind of thing before. Hell's philosophy is collapsing under its own weight. Unfortunately, none of his cultists seem to have caught onto that fact. Done. This philosophy of horrors really starts to break down. Glory lets out a startled cry, cutting your sentence short. Out of the corner of your eye, you see her wheel to face something behind you. All at once, the room fills with a slaughterhouse smell, a smell like blood and bile and feces, the stench of an arteria. As you turn, you catch a sight of something sliding into the world. It looks like a charred man with a pair of tortured faces where its shoulders should be. The thing burns like a Roman candle, spitting white-hot sparks in a fiery plume. An oily substance runs down between its dangling legs and spatters onto the floor where those drips land and they burn. So, hör mal, Jung. Ja? The body of the thing that attacked you begins to dissolve at the moment of death. As you watch, its tissues breaks down in a growing slick of bubbling pitch and rendered fat. The hell was that? Something from another place. Like I said, outside, the boundaries between the physical world and astral space are weak here. Things can come through. I think that we've gotten everything from the book that we need. A headless abomination just pissed lighter fluid onto the floor and tried to burn us to death. I think this scripture is underselling it a bit. Da, komm. Schlachthof. Ah. Let's get the hell out of here. We need to keep moving anyway. Yes, we need to keep moving. Kurz gucken wegen volle Hitpoints, alles gut, alles easy. Eines der Dinge, die Dunkelzahn vor und nach seinem Tod aufgehalten hat. Aha. Ich meine, gut, wir sind halt einfach ein sehr, sehr mächtiger Magier zur Zeit. Aber ich kann schon verstehen, warum Leute, die sehen, wie Dunkelzahn das auffällt, so sind, ja, lass mal nicht mit Dunkelzahn anlegen. That's right, Martha. The bait that Harrow used to draw me to this place. No time like the present. Das speichert gleich automatisch, mehr oder weniger. Aber ich bin gerade mitten im Gespräch, da kann ich nicht speichern, Astrid. Ich meine, wie viele Brücken existieren denn für die Horrors dann? So. It's because of truth, I'll prove it to you. Her eyes are fixed on Glory's face. Ask me anything you want. I'll show you that I'm telling the truth. I never wanted anything bad happen to you, Glory. Not ever. Glory's ring. Was that wrong? That's different. Then what whispered sounds returned, soft and innocent. You wouldn't understand. Then maybe you could explain it to me. Maybe if you could answer my questions, I'd be able to see the light. Yes, yes, please go on and ask your questions. I'll explain everything and you'll see yourself how perfect and right our world really is. How beautiful it can be. Hurting? How do so? Such a sweet young thing. I rescued her from bed-placed Glory. Her and the boys in the dorm as well. They're all safe now, and isn't that what's important? Are they? You know what I'm talking about, Martha, the harvesting, the meat. It's regrettable, but it happens for a good reason. The sacrifices keep us safe here, and safety is something that a lot of those kids have never known. The initiates have to learn how things are done here. Harry told us so. That's what it all boils down to, doesn't it? It has to be this way because he says it does. He's a great man. He would never hurt us, whatever you say. You're taking everything out of context. You don't understand. It looks like he spends a long time talking about charity. Yes, of course, charity. The kind that I practice when I rescue young people from the streets. Well, yes, but and after that he says that the only strong deserve to prosper. So which is it? I mean, you don't understand. His message is what we all live by. Is what I live by. It can't be wrong, can it? You're right. Something strange is going on here. Things don't add up. I don't know why I'd never seen it before. What's wrong with me? No, I can't go it. You don't never take it off, and I won't. But I will come with you. If I can't help save these kids from what's happening here, that's what I have to do. No, I won't let you. You need to make a choice. If you want to help the children here, I'll help you. But I won't let you raise a hand, and if you try, I'll stop you. Okay. Gute Nacht, Lars. Schlaf gut. Ich muss schauen, wie ich auf das blutige Shirt komme. If you left me, found me, I would never bla bla. Ich kann das letzte gar nicht sagen. Ich kann das letzte gar nicht sagen. When he dined with her before, he warned me to never try to out him. There are strange things in the place we are about to visit. She dips her finger back in the palm, traces down your forehead. The ointment feels cool and oily on your skin. We find this will just work as well. I don't know what's going to happen when we step into the room. Are you ready? Hm. Siehst du, Astrid, Harold zu töten und Martha am Leben zu lassen, ist... Aber hallo, Pen and Paper, Pat. Pen and Paper ist tatsächlich ein sehr, sehr beliebtes Thema bei mir. Willkommen. Normalerweise bin ich tatsächlich nicht so spät noch online. Also oft noch so gegen 1 oder so. Aber um 2 bin ich meistens nicht mehr so. Ich will Harold tot sehen, ganz ehrlich. Ich will Harold töten, aber ich will Martha am Leben erhalten. Und das ist das, was mich gerade nervt. Jesu, wir haben eine Runde, aber erst die Session 0. Und wahrscheinlich gibt es nochmal 0.5 gehabt von Exalted Essence. Wenn du Pen and Paper dich schon nennst, dann bist du ja vielleicht auch ein bisschen tiefer in dem Thema und kennst nicht nur die großen Pferde, sondern auch die kleinen Nischenprojekte vielleicht. Weil Exalted ist ja leider nicht so bekannt. Ja, ich bin bisher so gut durch die Schatten gekommen, ohne zu lügen. Wobei, das stimmt nicht. Ich habe schon ein paar Mal gelogen. Exalted Essence ist die neueste Edition davon. Die dritte ist auch immer noch dabei, Sachen zu kriegen. Ich habe vorher immer nur die dritte gespielt. Das ist also meine erste Runde für Essence. Der Spielleiter streamt es auch. Mal, wir sind jetzt... Ja, ich habe halt nicht die Möglichkeit gehabt, sie zu sagen, dass sie abhauen soll, Astrid, ne? Ja, komm, hatten wir alles eben schon. Ja. Also ich spiele hauptsächlich tatsächlich Shadowrun Dragonfell, weil ich das Shadowrun-Universum so mag. Pat. Wahrscheinlich ist Pat auch, weil Patrick oder Patricia, ne? Pat. Wie darf man denn deinen Namen aussprechen? P4. Damit ich es richtig mache. Is this Astral Space? No, we are someplace else. There's space here. This isn't right. This place, it doesn't normally look like this. When I come here with Harrow, it was all green fields and marble halls. It was so beautiful last time. It was a lie, Martha. What you're seeing now, this is the truth. Your truth, maybe. What I saw was real. That's an interesting observation. What makes you say that? Why does it matter? I suppose that it doesn't. Come on, you two. The spirit will be around here somewhere. You're right, I've seen it. In the heart of this place, that's where we find it. Da muss ich an den kleinen orangenen Kater von Aristocats denken. Wenn er da ist so. Okay, mal sehen. Also, erstmal unsere schwache Tussi hier. Was kannst du denn? Du kannst Lightning Bolt, Mana Ball und Heal. Und was hast du dabei? Ein Totem, aber. Nice. Für das 4. TP musst du verlieren. Ja. Ja. Die Werbung ist leider, nimmt sie Sachen weg. Ist hauptsächlich dafür da, ja, ich habe halt einmal die Stunde 90 Sekunden Werbung, um dann für eine halbe Stunde keine Werbung zu haben, wenn neue Leute reinkommen. Twitch versucht momentan die Leute, die Werbung schalten können, unter Druck zu setzen, dass sie 3 Minuten pro Stunde schalten mit oh, hier, dann hast du ein paar Prozent mehr von dem Geld, das du dadurch verdienst. Aber es ist einfach lächerlich, die Prozentzahl, die sie dir geben. Und ich finde es halt eigentlich auch schon ziemlich frech, dass sie dich halt zwingen, 30 Sekunden Werbung für 10 Minuten werbungsfrei zu machen, wenn du das machen möchtest auf diese Art. Und das ist so... Dann komme ich gar nicht bis dahin, ne? Okay, dann machen wir das. Oh. Ja. Also die Sache ist halt auch die, wenn du nicht, also ich habe es schon so weit auseinander geschaltet, wie es geht. 1 Stunde ist das Höchste, wie es auseinander geht. Wenn du automatische Werbung schaltest. Hast du nicht automatische Werbung geschaltet, kannst du nicht absichtlich Werbung schalten, wenn zum Beispiel ein Hassrate reinkommt. Und ja. Es ist tatsächlich weniger das, also ganz ehrlich, ja, ich sag dir jetzt mal, Pat, du kriegst für 1000 Views von einer Werbung bekommst du $3,50. Ja. Und das, glaub mir, ein kleiner Streamer kriegt das nicht zusammen. Das lohnt sich einfach nicht, weil du musst ja auch 100 US-Dollar zusammen haben, bevor die überhaupt auszahlen. Das heißt, die meisten Affiliated bekommen kein Geld daraus. Weil das Geld, was sie kriegen, kriegen sie nicht wieder raus zum Auszahlen. Ich bin in einem sehr glücklichen Ort. Ich habe so viele Supporter, so viele nette Zuschauer, die Geld auf mich draufwerfen, dass ich in der Lage bin, regelmäßig die $100 zusammenzusammeln. Aber sehr, sehr, sehr viele Affiliated sind es nicht. Und das ist halt ziemlich blöd. Martha, we welcome you back to our domain, child. You will remain silent and your address, do you understand? Good. Glory, welcome, child. What a pleasure to see you again. All you need is to be just let me. We are not in need of help. We are our great master's servant, just as Hera is, just as you are, despite your misguided attempt to cut away his love from your heart. Ja, herzlichen Glückwunsch, Joshua. Das freut mich, dass du deine erste Auszahlung bekommst. Ein Hate-Rate ist halt oft, dass Leute reinkommen und dann versuchen, also oft auch mit Bots, versuchen halt zum Beispiel das N-Wort sehr häufig zu schreiben oder zum Beispiel People of Color raiden. Und denen dann sowas an den Kopf werfen, das hat ein Bekannter von mir gehabt, wie lass mal deinen Kopf abdrehen mit dem N-Wort hinten dran und stirb und bring dich selbst um und so. Und diese Worte sind halt alle gegen Twitch-Toss. Und wenn es richtig hart auf hart kommt, kriegst du als Streamer dann einen dafür drauf, dass diese Bots das geschrieben haben, zusätzlich dazu, dass wenn du halt nicht jemand bist, der das gut wegsteckt, wie mein Bekannter das war, du dann auch nochmal psychologisch halt die Leute hast, die dich halt richtig fertig gemacht haben mit den Bots. Leider gibt es sowas. Ich habe jetzt das Glück, dass ich sehr lange keine Bot-Probleme mehr habe, weil zum einen ich recht viele Mods habe, die sehr, sehr aufmerksam sind und dann die kleinen Bots sofort wegbouncen, als auch eben, ja, damals bei den Hoss-Raids ziemlich viele Vorkehrungen getroffen habe. Genau, in Just auf Abo stellen oder Emotes, aber auch Emotes ist nicht mehr safe. Nur Emote-Ding ist leider nicht mehr safe. Also that's right. She dips her hand into the satchel and produces a ceremonial dagger. The blade shimmers eerily in the light. And after we've purified you, you're going to help us do it. The spirit crackles. Very well, child. If pine is what you seek, we'll bring it to you. Dein Ernst? Triff. Geht doch. Kann man eh nur hier hin. Ja, gegen solche Raids habe ich ja meinen Discord auch extra abgesichert nochmal. Das ist ja der Grund, warum du 10 Minuten warten musst, bevor du in meinem Discord irgendwas machen kannst. Das hilft ja schon mal enorm gegen Bots, die Discords raiden. Harrow. Glory. You shouldn't have come. I was content to let you live out in peace. I've come to put an end to this place, Harrow. This place and your pathetic, sickening cold. And you, Martha, I've given you everything. Will you repay my love with betrayal? I'm with Glory, Harrow. I would never hurt you, but this has to end tonight. Betrayal it is then, very well. You've brought this upon yourselves. Okay, so... Aha, da haben wir direkt den richtigen erwischt. Schön. Glory, weißt du, wen du attackieren darfst? Den hier. das trotz meiner besseren Rüstung. Aber Pat, wenn du zum Beispiel LGBTQ bei dir drinne hast oder einen anderen Tag, der zu dem Zeitpunkt gerade als Feindbild gesehen wird, dann wirst du das vermutlich leider erleben. Aha. Vermute mal. Weakened, the spirits form flickers and sparks. The burning coals that cling to its body fall off in clumps, and its searing antlers begin to cool. The chorus of lifting voices warbles and shrieks as his body transmogrifies into something else. Through the haze, you can see Harrow's eyes go wide. At once, his rippling silhouette begins to fade back into the shadows whence he came. His body becomes insubstantial. Go ahead and run, you fucking coward. Run back to the real world and whatever hole you crawled out of, we'll catch you. I don't think so. You don't even know where the real me is, Glory. Oh, don't worry, we'll find you. We're good at that sort of thing. Believe whatever you like, fool. I won't do you any good. Years from now, I'll still be doing what I do, and you will have accomplished nothing. We stopped you for now. The kids that you've lured here are going someplace safe. This isn't nothing, Harrow. It's everything. You know better than that, but nothing makes you happier than the sound of you lying to yourself. Goodbye, Glory. Glory continues to stare a long moment at the spot where the projection of Harrow's vanished. Her expression is unreadable. Slowly she turns away. The spirit's writhing form continues its transformation. Twisted claws buckle, break, and reform. Charred bone begins to heal. The barn fire stench of it slowly dies away, replaced by an arrow of more pleasant smells. Oak and pine and mineral oil. Rustic feasts and mulled wine. As it cools, the spirit raises its head. The body is as shaky as a newborn soul's. What has happened to us? What have we done? Use your imagination, but we couldn't have. You don't get to run from this. You've committed unspeakable exploit, loathsome, unforgivable crimes. You have corrupted children, turned them into killers. You've been a party of violence, torture, and the desecrations of corpses. You've created monsters. Unpleasant to think about, isn't it? But you have to, Spirit. You can't run from what you've done. Your actions are a part of you, whether you like it or not. The rumbling sound turns into a tormented howl. The noise conjures images of mourning mothers and caged animals, screeching orphans and dying men. It is a sound of pure, unmitigated despair. Listen to me, Spirit. I need your help. We are here to rescue the cultist of Feuerstelle, the street kids whose minds you touched. We are getting them out of here before the adversary can do to them what it did to you. Yes, we will help you. We have restored ourselves from the minds of the people here. They are themselves again. Wait, we wish to do more. We have so much to atone for, as you said. Just what do you hope to do? Make amends, heal the sick and the wounded, bring them into the second heaven home. But we can do nothing without your help. We are still bound to this shrine, anchored here. We cannot leave without your assistance. We need an appropriate vessel to carry us out of the rock. Something touched by magic, but more dead than alive. Do you have anything that can help us? Gingerly, she reaches up and wraps her hand around the protective ward that hangs around her neck. Yes, I think I can do. Es ist Loris Entscheidung. Ja, E-Mail-Verifizierung ist nur blöd, weil du kannst halt hunderte von Accounts auf eine E-Mail packen. Und das mit, die müssen so und so lange existiert haben, ist was ich selbst benutze. Man muss halt aber halt immer schauen, wenn du zum Beispiel sowas machst wie nur Follower können schreiben. Das ist etwas, was dafür sorgt, dass du weniger Leute hast, die dir followen werden, weniger Leute, die in deinem Chat aktiv sein werden. Weil viele Leute wollen einen erstmal kennenlernen, bevor sie einem followen, ne? With a single motion, she snaps the chain. The pendant falls to the floor. The heart of her lowers its eyeless head, then traces an elaborate gesture into the air. A warm glow envelops it, and a similar glow spills from Glory. There is a bright flash, and the spirit is gone. Glory, are you okay? A quizzical expression on her face. I can feel it, the spirit. It's bound to me now. I've always wanted a bound spirit. It isn't yours or mine, Narrengold. It has its own desires and it belongs to no one but itself. She raises an arm and you can feel a burst of warmth and comfort in your chest. It wants to help people, to heal them. It wants redemption just like I do. Together, maybe we'll find it. Time to go. With the spirits linked to the adversary severed, this entire reality is falling apart. Das ist zumindest was Cooles. Ah ja, Pat. Deswegen habe ich das deaktiviert. Ich habe tatsächlich von den Bots Privatnachrichten bekommen, ob ich nicht Follower kaufen möchte. Also würde ich dir empfehlen, dass du in deinen Sicherheitseinstellungen nachschaust, wenn du häufiger streamst, oder vorhast zu streamen, dass du einstellst, dass du keine Nachrichten von Leuten kriegst, denen du nicht folgst. Das bedeutet halt auch, dass du nicht bei fremden Channeln, in denen du drinne bist, aber nicht followst, von denen dann zum Beispiel einen geschenktes Sub kriegen kannst. Also zumindest hatte ich das, dass ich bei jemandem kein Sub geschenkt kriegen konnte. Und nachdem ich den gefollowt habe, konnte ich das dann. Also muss man da aufpassen. Aber ganz ehrlich, ist es mir wert dafür, dass ich nicht 5 oder 10 Nachrichten innerhalb von einer Stunde bekomme mit hey, willst du nicht mehr Follower kaufen? Als Privatnachrichten wohlgemerkt, nicht einfach im Chat. Sorry, you swim back to consciousness. Struggling to your feet, you find Glory already standing on alert. I can feel them. The spirits set them free, but they're trapped somewhere here in the complex. Yes, and others. We need to find them and get out of here. The connection between this compound and wherever we were is breaking down, and that place disintegrates more and more. Things are spreading through. Yeah, and it's only a matter of time before Feuerstelle is consumed too. Look at the corner there. You can already see it happening. Mist. Ich hätte mehr Damage schon gut gebrauchen können für sie, aber ja, ich will nicht... Oh. Ach, deswegen. Du kannst da nicht lang. Clear Rubble. As you kick the door open, stumble forward into the room, you find yourself surrounded by a sea of teenage faces. Teenagers are huddled together and trampling. With the spirit's influence cleared from their minds, they looked frightened and lost, like kids who've had their security blankets torn away. Come on, all of you, we're taking you to safety, some place far away from here. What happened to you? Your arms? Something that you'll never need to worry about. Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Yes, let's. Ich bin ja auch seit einem Jahr dabei. Ein bisschen mehr seit einem Jahr dabei. Und ich hatte extremen Durchstart, einen Meteorstart. War die ersten Monate sehr viele Zuschauer im Verhältnis für, dass ich gerade erst angefangen hatte. Und dann hatte ich halt ganz, ganz lange keine. Also ganz lange keine. Ganz lange weniger und kein Wachstum so. Jetzt habe ich vergessen, das zu lesen. Naja. War 7 genug, um das zu machen? Ne, ich brauche 8. Wir speichern jetzt auf jeden Fall. Ich habe ja gesagt, das ist der letzte, den wir machen und es ist auch schon 2:30. Ja, das ist halt leichter gesagt als getan, Joshua. Dadurch, dass ich halt die ganzen Spiele, die so standardmäßig sind, nicht spiele. Wir gehen mal ins Outro. So. Dadurch kriegt er da einiges weg. Ne? Den ersten Einbruch hatte ich, weil die Leute alle drauf gewartet haben, dass mein Model endlich kommt und sich bewegt. Dann ging es wieder ein bisschen höher, als ich das 3D-Model bekommen habe. Aber jetzt geht's halt dann ging es halt wieder runter und man merkt halt einfach, je nach Uhrzeit habe ich halt massiv weniger Zuschauer. Ne? Also klar, theoretisch könnte ich um diese Uhrzeit immer streamen. Außer wenn ich halt Arzttermine habe. Aber das ist halt schlecht, weil mein Mitbewohner muss ja auch arbeiten. In ein paar Wochen fängt er an zu arbeiten. Und wenn ich dann um 2 Uhr nachts in dem Raum, wo die Betten stehen, noch streame, ist so, bisschen blöd. Ja, bei Rackety ging es runter, das ist richtig. Gleichzeitig sind bei Rackety ein paar dazugekommen, aber es ging auch davor runter. Jein, Astrid. Natürlich gehören sie dazu. Wenn du aber plötzlich über 2/3 von deinem Durchschnitt verlierst, dann sitzt du da auch und denkst dir so, fuck. Ne? Ja, klar. Aber ich kann halt dann, das meine ich halt, ich kann die Uhrzeit nicht packen. Ich kann die Spiele, die alle Leute spielen, nicht spielen. Und ich will sie ehrlich gesagt auch nicht spielen. Das werdet ihr hier auf meinem Channel nicht erleben. Also vielleicht irgendwann mal Phasmophobia, wenn ich das mit meiner Gruppe spiele. Aber ansonsten, ich meine, ihr habt's gesehen. Later Alligator, Unforeseen Incidents, all dieser ganze Point-and-Click-Zeug, wo du denkst, what the fuck is happening here? Das passiert bei mir. Aber es ist halt schon eher schwierig tatsächlich. Und vor allen Dingen ist es schwierig, auch wieder hochzukommen. Juni und Juli sind auch die schwierigsten Monate für Streamer, auch für YouTuber wohl. Aber Juni, Juli sind, habe ich mir sagen lassen, weltweit die schlechtesten Monate für Streamer. Ja, die Sache ist halt die, ich bin nicht gut in Strategie, ne? Bin ein bisschen dumm. Ein bisschen sehr dumm. Also ich habe sehr, sehr viele Spiele noch auf meiner Liste von Sachen, die ich noch gar nicht angefangen habe mit euch. Deswegen spielen wir jetzt auch wieder zwischenzeitlich auch andere Sachen. Also immer so jeden Tag was anderes wieder. Also, Patpat, das kommt halt drauf an, ne? Wenn du absolut frei entscheiden kannst, wann du streamst, uhrzeittechnisch. Ich denke, dass eine Lücke in der Mittagszeit ist. So zwischen 11 und 14 Uhr. Dass da nicht so viele deutsche Streamer sind. Und dann halt auch mitten in der Nacht. Also wirklich dieses von 2 Uhr bis 6, 7 halt auch. Weil ich kenne einige, die streamen halt, die zum Beispiel Uni haben, die streamen vor den ersten Vorlesungen. Die haben halt Mittagsvorlesungen. Und manche, die zum Beispiel halbtags arbeiten, die dann morgens streamen. Von morgens bis mittags oder so. Aber das sind die größeren Lücken für die Deutschen. Ansonsten musst du halt schauen, ne? Also du solltest dann streamen und so häufig streamen, wie du möchtest. Wenn du wirklich wachsen willst, dann schaust du, wie viel Zeit hast du zum Streamen und streamst nur 20% dieser Zeit. Den Rest der Zeit, die restlichen 80%, benutzt du, um deine Streams zu cutten. Ganz wichtig. Ich habe den Fehler gemacht, nicht zu tun. Und ich bin einfach richtig scheiße in Cutten. Ich hab's probiert. Ich bin richtig kacke da drin. Ich krieg's einfach nicht auf die Reihe. Divinity Original Sins 1 und 2 sind tatsächlich auf meiner Liste gewesen. Auf meiner Liste von eventuell kaufen. Aber ich habe mir dann doch für 50 € lieber andere Spiele gekauft. Also du cuttest deine Streams. Du schaust dir deine Streams an, um sie zu verbessern. Also um zu sehen, was für Fehler du machst, was du besser machen kannst, so. Und was dir gut gefällt an deinen Sachen. Und dann auch Werbung für dich zu machen. Auf Twitch wirst du nicht entdeckt werden. Auf YouTube auch nicht, aber YouTube hat zumindest, dass es deine Sachen behält. Aber du wirst... Ich bin hier entdeckt worden von Leuten, die reingeredet wurden, was meistens passiert, weil ich entweder ein Game gespielt habe, das so, oh mein Gott, du spielst dieses Game, oder weil die Leute mich außerhalb von dem Stream schon kannten. Oder weil die Leute von Twitter gekommen sind in meinem Fall. Viele kommen auch von TikTok, je nachdem, wo deine Basis herkommt. Oder von YouTube, oder Instagram, aber du musst auch woanders herbringen. Wenn du, wie gesagt, das machen willst zum Wachsen. Wenn du es nur für just for fun machst, scheiß drauf. Ich mache das halt, um es beruflich zu machen. Ich habe da einen ganz anderen Druck hinter. Ja, ziemlich sicher durch den Raid, Astrid. Entweder durch einen Raid oder dadurch, dass ich in irgendeinem Chat geschrieben habe, weil das passiert nämlich auch ab und zu mal. Ja, also, ich will dir hier keine Steine in den Weg werfen, Pat, aber Twitchs Algorithmus ist darauf ausgelegt, die Großen zu fördern. Der zeigt die Großen an. Außer du als User selber trainierst deinen eigenen Algorithmus, weil der ist user-based, ja? Der lernt dann, was du am liebsten magst und zeigt dir, was du am liebsten möchtest. Wenn du monatelang und über ein Jahr lang immer nur die kleinsten Gruppen, kleinsten Streams anschaust, dann fängt er dir langsam an, hier und da mal kleine Streams vorzuschlagen. Aber ansonsten schlägt er dir immer nur die größten Streams vor. Das heißt, solange du nicht selber schon eine gewisse Größe hast, wirst du über Twitch nicht entdeckt. Das ist einfach etwas, dem du dich stellen musst, wenn das deine Taktik ist. Wenn du sagst, es ist mir scheißegal, dass jemand zuschaut, also ob jemand zuschaut oder nicht, dann okay. Wenn du entdeckt werden möchtest, nutze nicht Twitch. Ja, ich habe halt leider keinen anderen Beruf, den ich machen kann tatsächlich. Also ich bin kurzer Hard Talk hier. Ich habe halt Pflegestufe 2 und habe einige psychische Krankheiten. Ich kann keinen normalen Job machen. Ich wünschte, ich könnte es. Ich kann es nicht. Also ist Content Creation mehr oder weniger das Einzige, was ich machen kann. Und ich habe viele Sachen über die Jahre probiert. Das ist das Einzige, was halbwegs funktioniert. Nicht genug. Und das Amt versucht mir da auch immer reinzuscheißen, aber ja. Astrid, das kommt drauf an. Es gibt Leute, die werden nervös, wenn Zuschauer da sind. Die finden es tatsächlich besser, wenn keiner da ist. Ich frage mich dann zwar auch, warum die streamen, aber, ne? Ja, ich streame immer, ich streame immer von 18 Uhr montags bis freitags, ja? Du kannst ja mal an einem anderen Tag vorbeischauen und dann können wir da in Ruhe drüber talken. Ich teile sehr gerne meine Basics und was ich erlebt habe, weil manche Sachen hätte ich gerne früher gewusst und so. Aber ja. Das freut mich, dass du häufiger reinschauen möchtest. Also gerade wenn du sagst, es ist jetzt zu spät und so. Ja, ich helfe gerne, gerade so auch so Anfänger und so. Mir hat man auch geholfen, als ich angefangen habe. Und mir hilft man auch immer noch und so. Ja, Draco, genau. Ich kenne nämlich auch noch jemand anders, einen englischen VTuber, der das auch macht, der sein Twitch von Anfang an drauf trainiert hat, nur kleine Streams anzuzeigen. Und der hat gesagt, der macht es seit einem Jahr und er hat trotzdem immer noch das Problem, dass hauptsächlich große Streamer gezeigt werden. Weil er schaut halt den englischen Bereich und er ist selber relativ groß, weil er streamt ja auch selbst. Und das heißt, er followt halt ein paar Freunden, die halt auch etwas größer sind und deswegen ist Twitch so, du magst also auch große Zuschauer, so große Streamer, die so 80 oder 90 oder sogar 100 Leute haben. Das ist der letztens von Iron Mouse geratet worden ist und ich dann nur noch gedacht habe, holy shit, was passiert hier? Auf einmal ist der ganze Chat überlaufen. Ja, Astrid, das ist halt die Sache, ne? Also ja, der hat einen Iron Mouse Raid bekommen. Dein Account ist etwas über 5 Jahre alt und dein Durchschnitt ist immer noch 80 Viewer-Streams. Du hast 80 Viewer-Streams? Ich habe noch nie einen Durchschnitt gehabt, der höher war für einen einzelnen Stream als 26. Ja, kann ja, es gibt eine Chrome-Erweiterung. Ich weiß nicht, wie sie auf Firefox heißt, aber es gibt eine Chrome-Erweiterung, die heißt Unwanted Twitch. Da kannst du Kategorien von Spielen einstellen. Also kannst du zum Beispiel sagen, was weiß ich, sagen wir CSGO. Ja, du willst absolut kein CSGO sehen. Und du willst es niemals sehen. Dann kannst du sagen, dass das eine geblockte Kategorie ist. Und dann schlägt er dir das nie wieder vor. Ach, Streams, die dir vorgeschlagen werden. Ach so. Ja, es gibt immer Fettnäpfchen. Es gibt natürlich auch immer eigene Erfahrungen und so, ne? Muss man ja auch machen. Möglich kann ja, aber du hast ja selbst gesagt, du hast keinen Bock auf die Standardsachen, ne? Ja, dabei hast du so eine schöne Stimme, Joshua. Ganz ehrlich, als ich reingeratet bin bei dir und zum ersten Mal deine Stimme gehört habe on Stream, weil ich habe dich ja mal ganz am Anfang hatte ich dich ja mal in einem Discord-Call, ne? Aber seitdem so lange nicht in mein auditives Gedächtnis, das ist richtig scheiße. Und dann komme ich rein und denke mir so, boah, die Stimme ist so angenehm, ne? Lass mich mal schauen, meine empfohlenen Kanäle sind zurzeit 32, 21, 74, 13, 508. Und wenn ich mehr anzeige, 258, 19, 21, 372. Hallo Dumpy the Track, willkommen in meiner Community. Ich hoffe, du fühlst dich wohl hier, auch wenn wir gerade in einem etwas längeren Endtalk sind. Ja, ich muss auch irgendwann mal, wieder meine Follows durchsortieren, glaube ich, aber dafür habe ich momentan einfach nicht die Nerven. Es gibt so viele, denen ich dann doch nicht mehr zuschaue und die dann alles zumüllen. Das gleiche auf Twitter, ganz ehrlich. 1055 Leuten follow ich zurzeit. Muss das auf jeden Fall wieder runterbringen. Das sind zu viele. Ich krieg diese wichtigen Sachen nicht mit. Ja, ich wollte früher auch Lehramt studieren tatsächlich, aber bin da ein psychisches Wrack geworden. Ja, das ist richtig, Dorem. Ich followe also ganz ehrlich, die meisten, den ich da gefollowt habe, die sind noch da von irgendwelchen Raffeln. Oh wow, ich habe gerade einen richtigen Drop in Zuschauern gehabt. Yes. Egal. Und glaub mir, ja schon, es fühlt sich so gut an. Als ich das erste Mal bei 1800 war und angefangen habe, runter zu gehen und Leute rauszuschmeißen, rigoros rauszuschmeißen, mit denen ich null Verbindung hatte, da habe ich es hat sich so gut angefühlt, dass ich 800 Leute raus habe. Wollen wir mal gucken, ob Kanja dich überhaupt aus Recht auslacht? Kann ja nur schief gehen. Wie ist dein Twitter-Dings? Kann ja nur schief gehen? Nee. Kanja, wie ist dein Twitter? Ich will Leute aus meiner Follower-Liste auf Twitter rauswerfen. Little Jam, bleib hier! Bleib hier! Es geht nur um Twitter gerade. Ja, das kenne ich. Das Gute ist, weil ich habe auch sehr, sehr viele Künstler, das Gute ist, du kannst einfach Listen machen, tatsächlich. Und dann die Leute auf die Listen packen. Vor allem, wenn du so unentschieden bist zwischen, Hälfte gut, Hälfte nicht so gut und ich weiß, ja, nein. Wurde zu horny on Main, selbst für dich. Hallo? Hallo, ich habe im wahrsten Sinne meine Titten on Main gepostet. In BH, aber trotzdem. Oh Mann, Pat kriegt jetzt ein völlig falsches Bild, aber was soll's. Apropos, Pen and Paper wird eventuell nächste Woche, weil ich habe ja eigentlich gesagt, dass wir diese Woche die nächste Session machen. Das hat nicht so ganz hingehauen, weil der kleine Magier, der das ja leitet, der ist genauso gestresst wie ich durch die Sachen, die das Jobcenter abzieht, weil mein Stress natürlich auch auf ihn überschlägt, weil, ne, Mitbewohner und so, das geht halt nicht mal eben vorbei. Kanja unterstrich nur Schivge. Weißt du, ich folge Kanja auch nicht, Dorem. Kanja lacht dich also aus, obwohl das Gleiche ist. Aber das meine ich halt, ne? Ich habe einfach ich folge nicht denen, die es wichtig ist. Und so, also muss ich da mal recht sortieren. Nein, das klingt nicht komisch, glaub mir, Pat. Ich als, hey, hier, kauft getragene Unterwäsche von mir, bitte. Kauft irgendwas, damit ich mir Geld verdiene. Kauft mein Saison, kauft mein Loot-Geheimnis mit Merch. Hier, wir haben Hentai, straight-up Hentai-Merch. Glaub mir, ich habe schon ganz andere Sachen gelesen von meinen Zuschauern. Genau, seid süß zusammen. Ne, ich meine, Kanja ist ja schon vergeben, aber ich habe ja schon gehört, so, boah, Dorem, ne, wenn die Sachen, die du weißt und die du kennst, hast ja dicke Steine im Brett bei Kanja, ne? Nee, ich finde es okay. Ich advertise das ja auch so, ne? Dass die Leute ruhig zu mir kommen können und bei mir mehr horny sein können, solange sie Twitch-konform bleiben, die TOS-konform bleiben. Weil mir macht das nichts aus, im Gegenteil. Gewisse Sachen davon finde ich sogar eher schmeichelhaft. Und dann lieber zu mir als zu den Content-Creatorinnen, die ein Problem damit haben. Ja, dann sage ich bitteschön. Ist das korrekt oder hast du negativ gestockt? Oh, Mifto. Also ganz ehrlich, die Piraten sind doch richtig locker. Ja, ist okay, nein, wirklich, Pat, du wirst es früher oder später eh von mir hören. Ich bin, meine Streams sind auf 18 aus 2 Gründen. Erstens, wegen meinen Flüchen. Zweitens, weil ich sehr oft unter die Gürtellinie gehe mit meinen Worten. Also sowohl edukativ, als auch ganz, ganz straight up über sexuelle Vorlieben zu reden und so. Ich meine, Astrid, du hast einige Pen-and-Paper-Sachen geretweetet und du bist in einem Pen-and-Paper, das gestreamt wird. Also... finde ich das jetzt nicht so überraschend, dass dir da jemand followt. Ja. Ja, bist du gerade scheiße, Mifto? Ja. Mein Kater wieder. Kommt zu mir, kuschelt sich in meinem Arm, tut so, als wäre er lieb und süß. Und just im nächsten Moment Schwanzschlag, Schwanzschlag. Draco, ein Retweet und ein Like bringt aber trotzdem etwas, weil der Twitter-Algorithmus dann sieht, dass dieser besagte Tweet Interaktion bekommt. Das heißt, selbst wenn man von deinem Profil aus das nicht sieht, wird der Tweet als wichtiger wahrgenommen von der Sicht von dem Algorithmus von Twitter. Ja, aber Astrid, wie vielen folgt Elara? Das ist die nächste Frage, ne? Weil wenn Elara selber 30.000 Leuten folgt, ist das nicht so... Ja, First Hit Friday, Little Gem. Doch, das Teilen bringt auch was, weil es eine Interaktion ist. Und diese Interaktion wird gewertet. Ja gut, das ist weniger, als ich erwartet hätte. Aber auch immer noch mehr, als man mit dealen kann. Außer Erfahrung. So. Es ist gleich 3.
Mal gucken. Ganz so.
Wunderbar, das ist ein 24-Stunden-Stream. Ich weiß, wo wir reinraiden. Also, meine lieben Süßen, Wir gehen und raiden jetzt zu Rinai rein. Ist VTuber-Künstler. Auch mit einer tollen Stimme, wo ich eben schon Joshuas gelobt habe. Allerdings einer weiblichen tollen Stimme. Ich habe schon Bock mit euch zu reden, aber ich muss halt wirklich bis zu Dienstag meinen Schlafrhythmus fixen, weil Dienstag habe ich um 8 Uhr morgens einen Arzttermin. Also muss ich leider aufhören. Wir sind bald bei 9 Stunden. Ich bin immer am Montag um 18 Uhr wieder da. Wir werden Montag auch wirklich um 10 Uhr pünktlich Schluss machen, damit ich hoffentlich schlafe. Damit ich Dienstag den Termin schaffe. Aber Dienstag können wir dann wieder ein bisschen länger machen. Ansonsten, ihr Süßis, ja? Ja, ey, hätte ich den Arzttermin nicht, würde ich es auch nicht machen, aber Schilddrüsenwerte wollen überprüft werden. Das sollte man schon machen. Ihr Süßis, danke, dass ihr so lange da wart. Vergesst nicht, wird sein ist nur natürlicher Nebeneffekt von Awesome sein. Stay weird, stay awesome. Wir raiden Rinai und Montag bis Freitag ab 18 Uhr bin ich wieder da. Auf Twitch schreibe ich, wenn spontane Sachen dazwischen kommen. Weil ja momentan das Amt so viel Scheiße macht. Und wenn ihr mir dagegen helfen wollt, macht Werbung für mich. Oder gebt mir eine Subscription auf Ko-fi. Ganz schamlos nach Geld fragen hier. Könnt auch einfach geilen Merch bei mir kaufen auf Ko-fi. Ja, ihr Süßen. Bis dann.
Ich habe jetzt auch nachgelesen, warum das so krass ist. Das hat einfach was mit der Anwendung zu tun, ist halt ein bisschen dumm.
Ich würde sagen, ja, Max. Raid.
Weird! Ein Raid um die Zeit! Void, hi! Ehrlich gesagt,